faces. We know you. We see you in different places. And the places that we see you, when they greet you, you reply. What's going on today? Good morning, everyone. Oh, it took that. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Welcome to the Calabar International Convention Center, venue for the 14th Career Day Conference 2024. Please put your hands together for the Bridge Leadership Foundation. Now, there's something that we have noticed, the research that was done. Creative people clap more than they talk. How many people agree with me? Let me see your hands up. Okay, so today we're going to applaud specially. We're going to talk less. We'll use our hands, to clap when we're saying something that we love and feel, right? Just to let you know that we will kick off in a few. We're expecting our founder, who's somewhere around, doing last-minute checks over here so we can kick off. If you have friends who are outside this building now, please get to them and let them come right in. We're about to start. Apologies for kicking off later than earlier scheduled. I was just telling my colleague backstage that this is the longest that we've had, and some people put the blame on the rain. Is it because of the rain? Are you salt? Ask your neighbor, are you salt? Then tell your neighbor, I am the salt of the earth. Okay, that's more like it. We're all salt of the earth, right? That's what the Holy Book says. Now, let me ask a question. What's the best news that you'd like to receive today? Like, what's that news that you'd see? Say you pull out your smartphone, go to social media, you're on IG or you're on X or FB, and then you see that thing pop up with a link. Okay, let me give you options, yeah? Option 1, that fuel is now 150 naira a liter. Option 2, that the dollar now exchanges for 500 naira. Okay, or that the dollar now exchanges for 320 naira. I heard something very special from that side. Somebody said rice. Gary. That Gary is how much now? You see, as Nigerians, I know that we're all looking for good news, and we're all expecting to hear good news. And I'm pretty sure that you will hear something that's good. But I just want to tell you that the news that you will receive at the end of today will be good for you if you apply it. Right? I'm pretty sure that you're probably sold, you're probably motivated, but no one forced any of us to be here today. So as we're here, we're going to make the most of our time. Right? Do we agree? We're going to make the most of our time. We're going to jot things down. We're going to listen beyond the words and the voice. And we're going to apply everything that we get at the end of the day. We'll take advantage of whatever happens here today. And I'm happy that we established that we're all very creative people, and we'll just move our creativity, from stage A to stage B. Some people will jump stages, or some people will move faster. But I hope that you take advantage, full advantage, of this event. One more time, please put your hands together for yourselves. I want to find out how many of us are attending this event for the first time. Say, this is your first Career Day conference. Let me see your hands up. Oh, wow. There are lots of first-timers here. How many of us were here last year? How many of us were here 2 years ago? I like that. How many of us were here 3 years ago? Oh, nice. How many of us were here 4 years ago? So we have this repeat visit. And I mean, 5 years ago, we had the event online. 4 years ago, we left the shores of Calabar. But hey, we're back here, and it's super exciting for us to have this event right here. And I'm also happy to be your compare for this beautiful event, the 14th Career Day Conference 2024. Today, we're embarking on that exciting journey into the dynamic and flourishing world of the creative industry. The creative economy is one that everyone needs to benefit from. And I'm sure that we will. It's not going to be a long day. It will be a field day. And I hope, again, I'm not going to get tired of it, that you take full advantage of it. That being said, we're going to start with the national anthem. So at this point, I'll please ask that we get up on our feet as we take we're going to take the old, new anthem. You get it? You get the point? How many of you know how to sing it? Don't worry, technology will help you. Let's go.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own, dear native land. The tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria's all our pride to serve as a great motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle, honored and peace we contest gain. To hand unto our children a banner we've unstained. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed.
Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Once again, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 14th Career Day Conference 2024, put together by the Bridge Leadership Foundation. My name is Duke Emmanuel. This is my fourth time comparing this event, and I'm super excited to do this. The Bridge has blessed me with a partner this time around, and not just a regular person, but one of you, someone who started as a volunteer at the foundation and has grown to become the official compare to the governor of Cross River State, the present governor of Cross River State. Ladies and gentlemen, she is a broadcast journalist. Please put your hands together for the amazing and delectable Janice Cobham. Is that how you give a Calabar? That's more like how you clap for your own. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Janice is one of you.
Yes, it's a privilege to be here today. I started off, like a participant, like each and every one of us seated here today. And then, after being a participant, I also became a volunteer for the Bridge Leadership Foundation.
What year was that?
I started with the Bridge from inception.
That's 2011.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Come on, put your hands together. Put your hands together.
And throughout the period, I think I have grown in and outside the bridge. And today, for the very first time, I'm on this stage as one of the compares of this event. I am super grateful and super happy as well.
Amazing. That being said, I think we can start.
Definitely. Thank you so much. It's a privilege also to be here, and I want to welcome all of you to the 14th Career Day edition of the Bridge Leadership Foundation. So very quickly, we are going to formally open this event with a welcome address. Permit me now to invite Mrs. Ini Abimbola, member, Board of Trustees, and also founder and former lead consultant, CEO of TESOL Praxis Consulting Limited, TPC, to please do us the honors to do a welcome remark. Please, a round of applause. Put your hands together for her.
Come on. Remember that creative people clap more than they talk.
Please continue clapping for her until she gets to the podium. Let's celebrate Ini. Ini has been here with the bridge from inception.
Greatest Nigerian student. There are no Nigerian students in the hall. I need to know that we have Nigerian students. Greatest Nigerian students. Did you feel that? Let me ask the old people, did you feel that? You see now, this is career deal. So one more time. Greatest Nigerian students. Good morning, everyone. It is a delight to be here this morning, Your Excellency, my friend, my boss, the very distinguished Senator Leo Imoke, our guests, vibrant guest leaders, and future innovators of Nigeria. I welcome you to the 14th Career Day Conference hosted by the Bridge Leadership Foundation here in Calabar. 13 years ago, exactly July 10, 2011, as part of the 50th birthday celebrations of His Excellency, Senator Leo Imoke, the foundation was launched with over 3,000 young people in attendance. It was unprecedented, it was novel, and we sold the idea that something fresh, something different, and something possible was happening in Calabar. The vision of the founder was to address the gaps in practical leadership models for young people. And this invariably became the driving force and focus of the foundation. 13 years after, we're still going strong. How many of you have attended the 13 editions of the Career Day? Wow. How many people? Please, I want to see you. Stand up if you're in the hall. The entire 13 editions. If you're here, stand up. I'm serious though, we are planning something for the 15th here. So I need to know that there are people that have been consistently following. Oh wow, please put your hands together for them. Thank you. Please be seated. The Career Day was created to provide a platform for career and business experience and knowledge sharing. For us, it was also to share best practices, ideas, and experiences that will help young people to grow their leadership capacity, to also lend credence to economic growth and personal development. Over the years, we have brought into Calabar not just notable people, but also industry experts, thought leaders, and accomplished professionals, some from very humble backgrounds and beginnings, to ignite the fire within young people in Cross River State and to show them that it is possible. Today we gather to ignite the spark of innovation that lies within each of you, knowing that Nigeria's future rests on your boundless creativity and entrepreneurial spirit. Before now, being a photographer was not celebrated. but we can see how photography has been transformed and has transformed lives. One of our speakers today was the photographer, the head photographer or the lead photographer of President Buhari. He's going to be here to share his experiences with you. Before now, being a YouTuber or content creator was not a job. But today, we see the power and influence that they wield on stories. As they create not just the stories, they also weave narratives that transcend borders. Many of you look at Mr. Macaroni's skits, and they're produced by a young man who is going to be here today, Edem Victor. And he's going to share his experience and the influence that he has gained just by doing that. Before now, you are supposed to be embarrassed if you have the tonation or the tongue. Those of us from Akwa Ibom State, you know what I'm talking about. Okay. So when you have that intonation, you're supposed to be embarrassed with it. So many of us will shy away from speaking in public. But today, people like Enwong Ibom are using it and gaining audiences and gaining influence. She's also going to be here today to show to you that it is possible. In this digital age, your ideas, your inventions, and your artistic expressions, whatever they are, hold the power to transform our nation and to shape a brighter tomorrow. I was sharing with some of our guests yesterday that the Canadian government decided last year to fund a position in government called the Artist in Residence in Government. The idea is to have an office that serves as a hub for every single creative expression within the Ottawa municipality. And my daughter happens to be the first artist in residence in Ottawa government. So I have to show to you that truly the world has moved beyond the doctor, the lawyer, the medical, the professions that we think are the ones that will transcend borders. This conference is a testament to the belief that the creative economy, driven by your youthful energy, is the key to unlocking Nigeria's true potential. Over the next few hours, today and tomorrow, we will explore the limitless possibilities that will be at the intersection of creativity, innovation, and economic growth. We will learn from the industry experts that are around us today and tomorrow. We will network with fellow visionaries, and during the master classes, we will discover the tools and resources that are needed to turn your dreams into realities. Remember, your future is in your hands. No one else is going to curate that future for you. It is your decision to be able to do what it is that you want to do with what it is that you have in your hands. Embrace your creativity, unleash your innovation, and I'm sure together with the Bridge Leadership Foundation supporting you, we will build a nation that thrives on youth innovation and creativity. Once again, I welcome you to the 14th Career Day in Calabar. Thank you and welcome.
One more time, let's hear it for our trustee, Mrs. Ini Abimbola. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our guests, our panelists, they're all right here in the building. So if you're in the audience and you have a friend who planned to be here, who's not here, please let them know that we have kicked off. Also to let you know that we're broadcasting live on the radio for those that are on the go, so they can catch every beat of it on Hit 95.9 FM.
Also to let you know that there are hashtags, official hashtags for this event. It's over the years, it has been, one event that goes viral, always hitting the first on Twitter. So please, wherever you are, we're supposed to be excited young people seated here today. So pick out your phones, take a picture, put on Instagram, put on Facebook, put on Twitter, and use the hashtag hashtag CDC 2024 and hashtag TBLF.
All right, hashtag CDC 2024, hashtag TBLF. That's when you're allowed to, use your phone. So please make sure you take a picture. We're going to be monitoring it, right? Take a picture, post on different platforms, and tell your friends about it. All right? Coming up next, we have a beautiful performance from one of the guys that they're still doing it. Stage plays and, the sorts. They have spoken word and all that good stuff. Please put your hands together for the Lighthouse Productions led by Patrick Dominic.
Definitely. I do remember TBLF social, yeah, that's why I quickly took the hashtags. Yeah. No, it's information, so it can be passed anytime.
The stars light up the sky. See them flying free. It's just like you and me. Everyone is lonely sometimes, but I will walk 1,000 miles to see it rise. You are not alone, we are family. Hold me, let's escape all this reality. By your side, we are unity. You are my entity, my guiding light. We are unity. This month, Jesus Christ, Jesus.
Wake up in my house, eat my food, and come out and do. I mean, one would have thought that as a first-class Christian of microbiology, you have sex. No.
Jesus.
That's why you are bringing us all our microsex. Why you go? Will you come back here?
I'm sorry, please. I'm sorry.
A1.
Oh, I want you. It's not a secret I try to hide. It's not in the cards, and faith is keeping you far away and out of reach from me. But you're here in my heart, so who can stop me if I decide that you're my destiny? So why don't we rewrite to start? Say you were made to be mine. Nothing can keep us apart. You'll be the one I was meant to find. It's up to you, and it's up to me. No one can say what we meant to be. So why don't we rewrite to start? Maybe the world could be ours tonight. There are mountains,
And there are doors that we can't walk through. I know you're wondering why, because we're able to be just you and me within these walls. But when we go outside, you're gonna wake up and see that it was home after all. No one can be right to start. How can I tell you when everything hits us apart? And you're not the one I was meant to find. It's not up to you.
it's up to me, it's up to you.
Tells us we don't get to be. So how do we rewrite the stars to get home to be ours?
All I want is to fly with you. All I want is to fall with you. So give me all of you. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. Impossible. So why don't we rewrite the stars? No one can keep us apart. It's up to you, and it's up to me. No one can say what we meant to be. Why don't we rewrite the stars? Maybe the world could be ours tonight.
The end of a story is the beginning. Like Milky Donuts, how fleeting our cravings for happy ever after endings. So much that we forget the once upon a time that set us up on our journeys. A long time ago and now, the elders, our elders, sat on the shell of a tortoise and saw in us the reincarnation of their long lost dreams. A final page, the grand finale of their ambitions. It's why we can't pursue our own dreams freely, because their own dreams, they pursue us like God's goodness and mercies, even when we soar on the wings of an eagle. But let's forget about the bearing and look within. It's not always about the blueprints. We young ones are dreaming. Isn't it Joseph enough to convince you all, my brethren? set up the podium for our Martin Luther to scream, I have a dream. Let it come to actualization. Give us our pens, not our chebes. A new chapter is being written. We are a bunch of human talents. Give us the closure to fix our own frontals and not just revamping your old dreams. Might not be all Vicky James, but let us weave our stories with threads of creativity. Give us the stage. Take out the idols. We are the coming of age gods on earth with cutting edge potentials to innovate. We are Nigeria's youth, not Nigerians either. We are gods. And verily, verily, I say unto you, stories never truly end. They transcend into another, leaving no margin for beginnings and endings. So while it lasts, enjoy the prologue, enjoy the interlude, enjoy the epilogue. For every end is the light at the end of a tunnel. Cheers to another story waiting to be told by the youth of Nigeria in the sunlight. And here's to the once upon a time that brought us here.
Nonsense.
As I carried myself and my dreams and buried them to marry you because of your stupid greed. Nduka, you don't want anybody to do better than you. You have destroyed our son's life. I don't even know what that boy's talent is anymore. First it was breakdance, then it was tap swap. I don't even know what is going on. Now you want to carry that same life to our daughter. Nduka, leave that girl alone. Leave my daughter alone. Because you don't have a dream, do you have to bury everybody's dreams? Nduka, if I catch you near my daughter and her dreams, I will turn into a nightmare. Me like this, grandma to try me.
You will tell me if you are the one that married me or I'm the one that married you.
Me that completed that yam for you.
Well, I hope our neighbors are not listening. Hillary. Hillary!
Yes, sir.
Epilepsy?
No, sir.
Why are you tapping your phone like that?
Sir, you don't understand, oh. I am tapping into the future.
Oh, okay.
Something you could not do.
Something I could not do. I need a DNA test. God, the back of that head is not looking like my head. Hillary! You said something I could not or I did not do.
I'm telling you, see that girl? She has been singing off key since she stopped coming for rehearsals. I'm telling you. Oh, man, I've missed you. What's up now? Why did you just stop coming for rehearsals all of a sudden?
If you see the kind of humiliation I'm facing in the house, my father does not take it easy on me.
Your father again. Your father again. What is it?
Man, let me tell you. He does not even want to hear anything talent in his house.
What? They do that man with talent.
If I sing, sometimes he'll be the, like, I'm just tired of the man. Like, I've told him countless times that, man, I can do my microbiology. I graduated first class. I can do it and I sing at the same time. But he doesn't want to hear anything like that. I'm just tired.
So you are tired. You want to just give up on your dreams like that because he doesn't want to hear you sing.
Give up on what? For what? Let me tell you something. Just come. Even if he ties my neck with a rope and takes me to the evil forest and hangs me there, I will still hum. And when I'm done humming and I'm set loose, I will sing the way that everybody will be, they'll just be tired of me.
That is my friend.
After working nights and training myself as a singer, my father will now come out from nowhere.
See, even if
and
you
say,
fall from that tomorrow, I'm by your side, being your friend. I dey like Ejima for your back. My friend, you will be that superstar.
See, I messed up tonight. I lost another fight. Lost to myself, but I just keep again. I keep falling down. I keep on hitting the ground. I always get up now. See what's next. Birds don't just fly. They stand up and get up. Nobody learns without getting it all. I won't give up, no, I won't give in until I reach it, and then I'll start again. No, I wanna leave, I wanna try everything, I wanna try even though I could fail. I won't give up, no, I won't give in until I reach the end, and then I'll start again. No, I wanna leave, I wanna try everything, I wanna try even though I could fail. Oh, 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 try everything. Oh, 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 try everything. Oh, 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 try everything.
Oh, my friend, our advice is to not give up.
I won't.
I'm by your side.
I won't. Thank you. I
people
am
less
just glad
follow before
I
they
have
move.
people like you by my side.
Mama. My friend, my friend.
One more time, let's hear it for the Lighthouse production. Wasn't that beautiful? Wasn't that beautiful? Nice. The Lighthouse production, I mean, they're amazing young people that have been doing this for a while, and we absolutely love what they do. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just want to remind you that this house is filled with a lot of creative people. And let me show you. Do we have musicians in the house? Do we have actors in the house? Do we have prospective poets in the house? How about dancers? How about directors? Okay. Photographers. Okay. Nice. We're going to learn how to move our creativity. You know, I was watching a video. It just popped up on my timeline, and I think it was Bio who said it, that there's two different types of creativity. Creativity for passion and creativity for profit, something like that. So we're going to move our creativity from creativity for passion to creativity for profit. We're going to learn how to do that and all of that good stuff right here today. So once again, I just want to remind you to please pay attention to everything that's happening. Stay in the moment and take advantage, full advantage of this day. All right? Once again, please put your hands together for yourselves. I'm about to invite for his welcome address the man who saw the vision to build the bridge, connecting generations, to share nuggets and none is lost. He reminded me yesterday that he's an honorary member of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, and maybe that's why he had that vision to build the bridge, right? Former governor of Cross River State from 2007 to 2015. Please put your hands together, a standing ovation if you can, for the founder of the Bridge Leadership Foundation, His Excellency, Senator Leal Imoke, CON.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you, Duke. Wow, that performance, wasn't that something else? For all these guys who come from Lagos and Abuja, Cross River's got talent. First, let me welcome each and every one of you who has come out to be part of this event in spite of the rains that we've had all through. And of course, let me say that rain, those of you that the rain has not stopped from coming, must really be looking for something. And I believe that at the end of today, you will definitely get nuggets of what you've been looking for. So this event is an annual event, as Ini has said, and I want to acknowledge that. And every year, we try to engage our young people meaningfully in providing them with exposure and opportunities as well. And our young people in Cross River State are a unique brand. When the foundation started, it was and has always been youth-focused. And when we're talking about 14th Career Day, we're saying that, wow, over the last 13 plus years, we have engaged our young people. And the foundation has achieved some successes, and I think the presentations that will follow will highlight some of that. But today we're talking about the creative economy. Like I said yesterday when I was meeting with the speakers, I am many things, but the one thing that I am not is a creative. I don't know how to sing. I don't know how to dance. I don't know how to script write. I don't have digital presence. I just don't have anything. So if there's something older than analog, then I am that. But guess what? It's absolutely impossible to survive in today's world without learning. And today is going to be a learning experience for me, and I believe for each and every one of us here. We hope that today we will be giving you the opportunity to experience from the best of the best in the industry. Not just their lives, not just their challenges and their difficulties, but more importantly, their successes. How did they become who they've become? How did they accomplish so much? For anyone that is in this room and that is speaking to you today, I can assure you that that person is an authority. But the beauty of it is that they are all young people. There's nobody that's speaking today that we can't refer to as young. And yet, they've achieved tremendous success. What is it about them that makes them different from you and I? And that's what we are going to experience. And maybe after they've spoken to us, we will also understand that there isn't much that is different from you and them. And that should be your mindset. There's no difference between you and them. It's all about you. What are you going to take away from today's event? Today, we're going to be talking about a creative economy and the opportunities that exist in that economy. And when we talk about the creative economy, I've spoken about many aspects of the creative economy. But guess what? When we're planning this career day, and we started looking into the creative economy, we came to understand that we could not capture the creative economy in one career day. So, guess what? We said, well, for this first career day, we'll look at some aspects of the creative economy that maybe have a little to do with film production and other aspects of the creative economy. We haven't done anything in this career day to even talk about music and other forms of entertainment. So we're looking at a huge economy. But the beauty of this economy is what? It is global. You see, normally we talk about the Nigerian economy, and in context, when you're talking about Nigerian economy, you're putting the Nigerian economy in a geographical border. And that's how we've always functioned with the analog generation. We've always believed that every economy is within a geographical border. So the Cross River State economy is limited to Cross River State. But guess what? The new economy is different. And that new economy is the creative economy. The new economy has no borders. The new economy is global. The new economy starts and happens wherever you may be. You do not have to be in Lagos. You do not have to be in London. You don't have to be in America. Just be where you are. And so how do you develop your talent? How do you take advantage of these new opportunities? For people like us, we sit and we try to learn. And I keep saying, I'm hoping I'll learn quite a bit today. But I've been forced to learn. You can imagine a generation like mine that can sing the national anthem. That tells you how old this generation is. I can actually sing the Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear fatherland. You see? But today, it's not about national anthems anymore. They don't make that much of a difference. Today is about understanding the opportunities that exist in an industry and taking full advantage of it. I remember the first time I traveled out and I heard Davido's music in Washington, D.C. And I was in a car several years back. And I said, is this Davido? And he was on a radio station. And I was like, it's not possible now. You know, I just arrived. I was leaving from the airport. And they said, oh, yeah. It was a taxi driver. I said, oh, yeah, that's Davido, man. That's David. I'm like, what? In America? You know? And after that, it was Wizkid and several more. But you know, some of these things that happen, we really don't know how it begins. I always tell a lot of people that one of Kiss Daniel's first performances was in Cross River State when I was governor. When we had our festivals. And there was such a group of young people that have grown and have become global. They become so global and they have so much digital presence that the rest of us pale to insignificance. And so for each one of you today who's here, I want you to please remember what we always say and do. Your notepad, please, and your pen should be utilized today. It is not a lecture, but there are lessons in life that you are going to experience from the best of the best in the industry. It won't happen again. Even if it does, it will be another set of people. So again, let me use this opportunity to appreciate those who have come from outside Calabar. They've come, some of them for their first time, some of them not for their first time, but who have come to share this experience with us. We know how busy they are. We know how hectic their schedules are. But they've come all the way. I want them to be not just welcome, but I want them to also go back to wherever they came from with two things. One, a memory of this event, but two, a commitment to continue to support you in Cross River State as you continue to grow. Is that a deal? Is that a deal? Are you sure? So when you receive them, pay attention. Listen, there's going to be questions and answers. This is the best of the best. If you miss this one, you've missed plenty. Okay? Because once you show that you have the capacity, then we at the Bridge Foundation will work on partnerships with them. But you have to show your capacity. So again, I welcome you to this one. Like I said, it's going to be a learning experience for me. I pray that not only do we learn, but also we prosper. Because it's one thing to learn, it's another thing to translate that learning into resourcefulness and resources. So as you learn, we'll also talk about the money parts. We'll also talk about how to achieve that. It's going to be a broad discussion. And I want everyone to be ready. Fasten your seatbelts, as they say, because guess what? This flight is about to take off. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Please continue clapping for His Excellency. Let's keep clapping, please. Thank you so very much, Your Excellency and founder of the Bridge Leadership Foundation. It's always, very awesome listening to you talk. And I'm sure the young people in this room today that are attending the Career Day for the very first time are actually happy. If you're happy, let me hear you make some noise. I knew it. Okay, so very quickly now, when Duke came and he was identifying the different categories in the creative industry, I didn't hear him mention one. Do we have TikTokers in the house? Do we have TikTokers in the house? Okay, so we are complete now. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and great Nigerian youths. Ini came to do the welcome address, and she said so much about the Bridge Leadership Foundation and how much and how far we have come 13 years ago. And of course, we had His Excellency also tell us about some of the major successes we have recorded and why it gets better every year. And so now, the crop of people that get to benefit, like the young people seated here today, that get to benefit from all of the packages, all of the things that Bridge Leadership is all about, are the next set of people you're going to be hearing from. And so, Your Excellencies, great Nigerian youths, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking a documentary, and the beneficiaries of the Bridge Leadership Foundation will be sharing their testimonies. Please, a round of applause for yourselves.
In a world where change is constant, some emerge as catalysts of transformation. For over 12 years, the Bridge Leadership Foundation has steadfastly nurtured generations of transformational leaders.
The Leadership and Community Development Mentoring Program is implemented by the Bridge Leadership Foundation. And in the past 3 years, we have had the program sponsored by ACT Foundation. And we must commend that this particular partnership has made a lot of difference. One of it is the outstanding performance, academic performance of students who are enrolled in the program. Reports reaching us from across the various schools in the 18 local government areas in Cross River State is saying that over 85% of mentees who go through the program emerge as school prefects. That means a lot to us.
This mentoring program helped me to understand that everything in life, you have to set goals, because there are some things you can acquire in just a day. There are some things you need time. There are some things you need to think about. If you want to be productive in life, I've studied it, night is a productive. So I set my goals that every night I will make sure I read for an hour. If I read for that hour, at least there's something I can sleep upon, and I will know that at the end of day 10, I'll achieve my goal by having excellence in my academics.
The invention and establishment of the Leadership and Community Development Program has brought an indelible transformation in my life. From the area of leadership to savings to spending and communication. I used to always have problems with communicating effectively and maintaining good eye posture. But with the help and the teachings of the Leadership and Community Development Mentoring Program, I've been able to improve on my communication skills.
With the help of this program, I've learned on how I have confidence in myself. That's self-esteem, the total opinion or the overall opinion of myself. And I've also learned how to be a good leader. I think now I have the quality of being a good leader with the help of this program.
I've learned the following topics like self-esteem, career planning, goal setting, leadership, breaking down barriers, and communication. Before, I was not having a good reading habit, but now at least I read once a day.
This foundation has really helped me to know that even as a student who have not gone to anywhere, I can be a leader. I see myself as a leader. But before, I was having a mentality that maybe when I become the governor of the state, somebody working somewhere, that I'm a leader. But having come in contact with this foundation, I've meant to understand that even as a student, I'm a leader.
I want to really thank the mentoring program, the Bridge Foundation and Art Foundation. I say may God bless them.
Thank you very much to the Bridge Foundation and the Art Foundation. I want to thank the Bridge Leadership Foundation and Art Foundation. This wouldn't be possible without the Bridge Foundation and the Art Foundation. And I say a big thank you.
Our commitment has positively impacted over 120,000 lives across 230 communities. We've also awarded scholarships to over 250 deserving students, empowering them to diligently pursue their dreams.
I wish to earnestly testify that this program is coming up timely. I have so many children I sponsor. My hands are tied. With the way God is working for me, I am very happy.
The burden of his school fees has been lightened on our heads. Before now, we find it difficult paying his school fees, but now that he's into the program, the money is helping us now to pay his school fee with ease.
Their performance is improving. It's improving. They are working fervently to meet the standard of what they are being taught in the foundation. They are always working and are always conscious of, I want to be a leader, I want to follow this person, I want to emulate this, I want to do what the British leadership is doing. Especially the way you present your talks, the way you gesticulate, the way you relate with them, they are very happy, and it is improving them academically.
I say thank you to the Bridge Leadership Foundation. God will give them the grace to continue with this program so that out there they will help other children that are lacking also.
Our impact goes beyond numbers. Education is key. we've equipped over 1,500 public school teachers with skills to make a lasting difference.
The Teacher Support Program of the Bridge Leadership Foundation has been implemented over the period of 5 years and counting. The primary objective of the program is to upskill teachers in 3 different areas. First, to ensure that every teacher sees teaching as an avenue to lead. Secondly, is to upskill teachers in terms of their teaching strategy. They need to be able to make learning more fun. So thirdly, is to upskill teachers in the classroom engagement strategies. So on the TSP program, we have measured massive, mind-blowing impacts, both from teachers, from the Ministry of Education, including the various education secretaries who form part of our stakeholders team. One of our most recent impacts is the fact that teachers are calling, even the teachers in the private secondary schools are calling and registering their interest for us to repeat the training sessions that hold within their locality.
As a result of this teachers support program, the facilitator, he left, there's something he spoke and that will not leave my memory. Say we should be intentional. And I took that word. I am intentional in my teaching, in everything. So one of the things I also learned is the classroom management. Most times when I go to class, instead of shouting, keep quiet, don't say anything, I improvise a new strategy. Going to class, if they are making us, I start singing, we start dancing. And after that, everything, the children become relaxed, we continue and do whatever we have to do. And I started seeing results. Children that were not in class, because of the singing and dancing, will always want to be in my class. So I really thank the Bridge Leadership Foundation for giving us this platform to really excel in our career.
For the Teacher Support Program, I have learned a lot as a person. I have learned strategies to cope in the school system as a teacher. I remember one of the resource persons in the TSP program kept talking about teachers doing this for the children, doing that, doing this, so many things. And I asked a question. I asked him if all I have been doing as a teacher for the years I've been in school is not enough, considering what I earned as a teacher. He said, no, that is not about what I earned. It's about the destinies of these children. It's about the future of these children. It's about the nation. And so for now, as a teacher, when I'm in class, I'm more patient with the children. As I teach, I put myself in their shoes. And I ask myself, how would I love to be treated if I'm in their shoe? How would I love my children to be treated if I'm in their shoe? If I want my children to be taught properly and the teachers to be more patient with them, that's what I do for the children right now. And I want to say thank you so much to the Bridge Leadership Foundation. You've been so wonderful.
We foster political leaders through the Emerging Political Leaders Fellowship, EPLF, empowering 50 emerging leaders for community impact.
The Emerging Political Leaders Fellowship is an initiative of the Bridge Leadership Foundation that nurtures and prepares young Nigerians for political office. This fellowship has been in existence since 2022. We've directly impacted 50 fellows and also indirectly impacting over 9,000 individuals through our online sessions and 19,000 through our civic activities, which has been implemented by the fellows across over 25 states in the country. The program runs for a period of 12 months, 4 months for the selection process, 3 to 4 months for the virtual training program, 3 months for civic engagement activities implemented by the fellows across their various states. The program concluded with a boot camp, which brought together the 25 fellows in Abuja. It was an opportunity for them to be mentored by past and current serving politicians. asking pertinent and critical questions necessary for their emergence. I must say that this program has changed the narrative and is still changing the narrative of politics in Nigeria, because our emerging leaders are exposed to critical knowledge that they need to position effectively.
The Emerging Political Leadership Fellowship, organized by the Bridge Leadership Foundation. My journey has been very impactful. I've used the skills acquired to impact youth participation in student politics on campus. From Hills in Leadership, we have a participant who is now the first female SUG president in the University of Calabar. Before now, they wouldn't have thought of vying for that position. But because we have provided that enabling environment and education on how to really engage and why it is important that we engage in the political process, we had the motivation and then also motivated these young people to participate in politics.
Join our journey of empowerment, where dreams are encouraged, potential is unlocked, and new leaders emerge.
I first heard of the Bridge Foundation in 2011 at the very first Career Day event. But while I attended, I left because it was rescheduled. I didn't know. But I got fully involved in 2017 when I started my volunteering journey with the foundation. And it's been many years of being actively volunteering with the foundation, and I've learned so much. Currently, I'm a freelance writer, I'm a professional debater and public speaking coach. And I think that can also be attributed to what I learned from being a part of the Bridge Foundation as a volunteer. How, you may ask? The excellence that comes with the foundation is one that if you identify with it, you will be very impressed. And that particularly has translated into how I also operate. In 2019, I got shortlisted for an event, a conference in the US, Miracle Corners of the World. And on the recommendation of the Bridge Leadership Foundation, I got the recommendation. In 2019 too, I also got admission into a university in Finland. I was the only Nigerian that was shortlisted for that on the recommendation of the Bridge Leadership Foundation. So I think that being the volunteer with the foundation has been of immense value to me as a person, and something I encourage everybody to be part of. I'm proudly sitting here talking about my experience because I know that it could inspire you as the other person watching this video to also take up the opportunity, either with the Bridge Foundation or any other organization you think can add value to you as a person and to society at large.
My first encounter with TBLF started in 2015 when I was still in secondary school.
studied electrical and electronics engineering from the Federal University of Technology, Futo, Owerri. He has a master's in business administration from the University of Liverpool. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, the Nigerian Institute of Brand Management, as well as a member of the Nigerian Society for Engineers, the Council for Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, Nigerian Institute of Management, and a member of the International Academy of Television Arts and Sciences. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we invite Mr. John Ugbe, Chief Executive Officer, MultiChoice West Africa, for a special presentation.
Thank you. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and our very special guests here today, all the young people in the room. Good afternoon. That was a very soft good afternoon I got back. Good afternoon. Okay, now I'm sure I'm not here alone. Your Excellency, you mentioned the speakers today would be young people. I took it to heart because I believe I'm young at heart, because I don't think the young people will agree that I'm as young as they are, but we're all young at heart, and we'll be trying to at least give a perspective of what we've seen before now. First, I think it's a very big honor, and it's a big honor to be speaking on the creative industry. That's the industry I've been part of for going 20-something years in the creative industry in Nigeria, and I think I'm proud where the industry is today, seeing where we came from. And one of the smallest examples I always use is, if we look back 20 years ago, if we were doing an audition for a show, for just about anything, the attendance to that audition would give you an idea of what people thought about the industry. But I can tell you that if we call for an audition today, it's parents that bring their kids. And the amount of pressure from parents for their kids to be picked as part of productions, it's really big. So we can see that just the perception of people in the creative industry has changed so much in the last few years. And I think from the production we saw earlier, it just tells us the skill is limitless here. So I think maybe just take a moment to reflect on just some numbers. The global creative economy, GDP, is valued at $2.2 trillion. And I think it's important for us to kind of get a perception of the size of the pie, the size of the cake, because we have to decide, how to cut it up. What part of that cake do we want? And another figure, the US creative economy accounts for 50% of that number. So you can see the Americans are quite active in cutting that cake quickly. 1.1 trillion. The Indian creative economy accounts for about 36.2 billion. That's about 1.6% of that total 2.2 trillion. Nigeria's contribution to the global creative economy stands at about 1.4 billion today. That's about 0.064%. I don't think that number should make any of us sad. It just tells us there's a massive opportunity there. And the question is, what are we going to do about that opportunity? I mean, if we look at just splits in Nigeria, oil sector is at about 29 trillion. The agricultural sector is about 19 trillion naira now. Financial services at about 3.8 trillion. The creative sector is at about 2.4 trillion. So I don't think anybody will be talking about oil in Nigeria if we explore what the creative industry can do. One of the things we always say, and the creative industry, even at 2.4 trillion, is providing more jobs than just about any other sector in Nigeria. You know, when people think about the creative industry, for instance, let's talk about a movie. On a movie set, you'll have the actors, you'll have producers, directors. More often than not, you'll have carpenters, you'll have fashion designers, you'll have... So this is the industry that cuts across practically every other industry. In fact, you have to provide power. So you pretty much will have a power company on standby with a generator. So if you put the jobs created by just one production, you know, we use the example of the Big Brother Nigeria experience, where over 3 months, you have a few thousand people, you know, just providing a lot of support services just to keep one production. If you think of the number of productions we have, then it gives you, you know, a good idea. So although, I mean, these statistics will show a lot of, you know, a wide gap between where we are now and where maybe the US, who are first movers, are, I think, you know, there's a very big opportunity. And the question is, what are we going to do about that opportunity? If you look back at industrialization, languages, and that just tells you the impact we can create. This is coming from us early on realizing that we need to use our original languages in production and ensuring that we created thematic channels to promote that. If we look at what young people are doing, I mean, popular example is Mr. Beast, who's a YouTuber who I know a lot of people here would know, with over, 300 million followers, just carving a niche for himself. And he's used that big digital community and platform to bring out real change. Now we've seen him even going into social change. So it tells you what the opportunity is. If I bring it, home, we have people like Tunde Onakoya, who's using entertainment through the game of chess just to rescue a lot of young people from the streets. You know, people like these are inspiring the growing young, vibrant population of Africa and showing them that content is indeed the new oil. And I can now see clearly a future where African youth will become active participants in shaping the creative economy and bringing about sustainable growth, not just for our continent, but the rest of the world. And I think that's the beauty. We are not held back by any boundaries. The digital landscape is broken through all the boundaries. So everyone who's here who can dream is not just thinking about maybe going into something creative for Calabar or for Cross River. No, it's the entire world is your audience. Those big figures at the beginning, your 2.2 trillions and co, that's available for take. The question is, you know, how are we going to ensure we take our beat? I would like to mention, you know, something that I know at times gets missing in this, our creative industry, hard work. Because it's not just about having fun. Keep in mind that dance, the spoken word, one, we need to put a lot of hard work behind it to build it to where we can sell it. And it's really important that we keep that at the back of our mind. I'm not saying don't have fun while you're doing it, but have a clear cut out strategy on how these can be sold. Part of, I think, our big challenge here is a supportive creative ecosystem. And I think it's really important, especially for us in Nigeria now, that we really establish a very robust creative ecosystem that can nurture and sustain the talent we have. The army of young people that we have, we really have to pull it together and ensure that, you know, the creative industry becomes, you know, significant contributors to, you know, the growth of the country. And the question is, how are we going to ensure this environment, the creative, supportive ecosystem is built? I think the first thing is we need the right laws and policies established by the government. I think, you know, Obi mentioned last night, there's been a lot of papers and things written on this, and we need to really work hard with the government to ensure that the right enabling environment is created. I'll give an example. In states like Georgia, and I'm not even talking from a country perspective, Georgia and California states in the US have film tax credits. So it's as simple as if you shoot your movie in Georgia in the US, you immediately get tax credits. So this is states competing even within a nation. The question is, what are the tax credits that are available to the creative industry in Nigeria today? We need these incentives put in place because the growth that we're having, despite the lack of, you know, support, can be even much more. One other thing that we hold very dearly is the legal and intellectual property protection. And when I say legal and intellectual property protection, we need the right laws. But even more than the right laws to protect copyright and licensing and contracts is the right behavior. I always tell people about the right behavior. Why do I say that? You know, because inherently, a lot of people pirate content. And They'll say, no, just download it, send me a copy. By not protecting what other people have taken time to make, means when you take time and make something, it will get shared too. So you're not protecting yourself. Remember, this is an industry where we have leadership. So to a large extent, our behavior should be not to pirate other people's content. And once we begin to build that, amongst ourselves, that we have to protect other people's intellectual property, ours will be protected. And I always, informally would tell someone, let's imagine that movie you're trying to share, let's imagine it's your brother that made that movie, and now he's not going to get paid. It always rings a bell immediately. But I think we really need to keep that in mind. The other beat about the, enabling environment is marketing and distribution channels. I think largely the digital, platforms have helped with that. So, however, we still need, to facilitate access to these marketing platforms, distribution channels, and e-commerce solutions to help creatives reach, local and international markets effectively. To be able to sell, you need a marketplace. And, I've mentioned e-commerce solutions. You need to be able to earn from your content from someone in China who's watching it. I mean, when you watch our dances, you see people in Korea, learning from them. So we need to be able to earn internationally. And I think one of the really big things would then be public-private sector collaboration. That's key. Working with government on education and capacity building, which the Bridge Leadership Foundation is really doing, market access and promotion, research and development, and the big one, funding and investment. So these are things. Obi is here today. I'm sure he'll have a bit to say about this. But like I said, it's public-private, so it's still a partnership, which, but I'm happy that Obiasika at least was in a private and is now part of government, so he will know the pains, from the private environment. So maybe just a little bit of what are we doing as MultiChoice. I thought maybe just to say a few words on what we've done. Many years ago, and I think before a lot of people were born in this room, 20-something years ago, we started this journey with a program we called New Directions then, which was a capacity building initiative that provided training, direction, mentorship to participants, kind of like what the Bridge Leadership Foundation is doing. And it was our way of directly investing in the future of content and productions. That's when I would remember people calling me and saying, why are you putting this Nollywood thing on TV? We don't like it. The sound is not good. And I would say, if we don't start and we don't put it on TV, how do we get perfection? Do we just blank it out and wait till the sound gets perfect? I don't get those calls anymore, because now that industry is evolved completely. But I'll mention a few names of people that were part of New Directions. Mahmoud Ali Balogun, Joke Silva, Femi Odugbemi, Tajuddin Adekpitu, and the late Amaika Igwe. That gives you an idea of the impact of that program, because this is the foundation of the industry as we have it today. I think later on we will have a master class, and I think one of the alumni from our Talent Factory will be speaking. The MultiChoice Talent Factory is our own school, if I can call it that, where we've trained thousands of young filmmakers across the continent, many of whom are now very successful filmmakers in their own rights. We've had graduates, very young graduates now, out of the Talent Factory, producing a 260 episode series. That's a whole year. And this is someone who graduated, 2-3 years ago out of, our Talent Factory. They've gone on to win awards, both, in the country and now internationally, too. So it just tells how much you can achieve by investing, by training and building capacity. Our AMVCA awards, I mean, this was really important to us because we believe when you reward excellence, then people strive for excellence. So that was really the foundation of us coming up with the awards when we did. And setting aside awards like your Trailblazer awards actually is meant to inspire young people. And we've seen, the winners really becoming very young over time. Also big is creating demand. When we set up the local language channels, and not just local language, English in the Africa Magic or Mzansi Magic and the rest of the Magic channels, it was really to create demand and an appetite for that content. And we can see, I mean, we can't even meet what people want to see, even when we've scaled up those channels. But this means that we are constantly seeking quality content to show on our channels. And we get this content through commissioning, licensing, acquisitions, and the rest. I think later today, Dr. Tejumola, who is our executive head of content and channels West Africa, will be giving a presentation on retooling youth talent and creativity for the future, which will further explore, how we can support the development of our youth. And tomorrow we have Eric Okierefo, who's an alumni of our Talent Factory, who will facilitate a masterclass on creative venture fundraising. Please try and attend that because he's been through the Talent Factory and now gone on to build a company which is supporting the industry and has raised financing in dollars for his company. So we want him to share how he was able to do that, to give you an idea of the steps to take to achieve this. We get a lot of questions about how can your work be showcased on Africa Magic. I think you will get answers to that from Dr. Busola when she speaks. But I'm also very happy to announce that during this conference, you will have an opportunity to pitch your stories. And the objective is, with us collaborating with the Bridge, we will commission the very first set of Africa Magic originals from Cross River during this conference. So please, if you didn't come with your stories, start writing them down, because we will give that opportunity for you to pitch and you'll be commissioned here. So we're not saying we'll do it later, we'll make our time here, probably the top 5 or 10 best pitches, and we'll judge and award, those originals here. So I think in conclusion, I would like to say we need the right people, adequate resources, and an enabling environment to make this work. Now, collaboration amongst public and private sectors is imperative if we are to provide the platforms for our youth to fully explore their potential. I'd really like to thank Your Excellency. Your Excellency personally reached out to me and made sure that there was no way I was going to not be here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. And maybe just to tell the young people in the room, I started out here too. I'm a local boy. I grew up and I schooled here. So there's nothing holding you. Just go out there and get your voice heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One more time, let's hear it for Mr. John Ugbe, CEO, MultiChoice West Africa. And loving the fact that he's mentioned that he's actually one of us. Yes. For those that don't know, he's from here, Cross River State. It's from Kakum in Obudu, in Cross River State. I just had to stress that so that you understand the context when he says he's a local boy. He's a full local boy. And it's going to be an interactive session soon, so we can have more conversations around this. And I'm looking forward to the best story that will make it to African Magic will be commissioned today. OTB and I have spoken a lot about, having our stories out there, and it's finally here. Once again, please put your hands together for Mr. John Ugbe.
Quite interesting, I must say. A few things that, I grasped from what Mr. John said is that, of course, the creative industry is more like the new oil boom right now in Nigeria, and every young person here is supposed to soak in and take what you can from that oil boom. Again, originality is the key. You have to be original in all of the things you're doing to be able to sell yourself very properly as a creative. Once again, please put your hands together for Mr. John. Thank you. Your Excellencies, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are still going to be looking at the creative economy, building Nigeria's future through youth innovation. And this is going to come from our keynote speaker. She is Chioma Ude. Her career began in the corporate world where she gained experience in marketing and business management. However, her passion for the film industry soon led her to pivot towards the arts. She initially worked at various projects in the Nigerian entertainment industry, gaining insights and building networks within the sector. In 2010, Chioma Ude founded the Africa International Film Festival, AFRIF. AFRIF was conceived as a platform to celebrate African cinema, provide opportunities for filmmakers, and bridge the gap between African film industry and the global markets. Beyond her work with AFRIF, Chioma is also involved in various philanthropic efforts. She is dedicated to using her platform to address social issues and support initiatives that aim to improve the lives of people in her community. Chioma Ude is a pioneering force in the African film industry whose work with AFRIF has significantly contributed to the growth and recognition of African cinema globally. Her passion for the arts, combined with her business acumen, has established her as a leading figure in the industry. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please let's bring up stage Chioma Ude, founder, African International Film Festival, AFRIF. Please let's keep applauding her until she gets here. Please put your hands together. Keep clapping until she gets here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Today is special. When the former governor called me to do this, I was very skeptical because I hate giving speeches. But I knew I had to do this because today marks 10 years of being in Cross River State. The film festival, the Africa International Film Festival, was here for the 3rd and the 4th edition from 2013 and 2014. So you can imagine that we are part of Calabar. Distinguished guests, fellow innovators and young visionaries, today we stand at the cusp of a new era for Nigeria. A new era where creativity, technology, and youth innovation converge to shape our nation's future. As the founder of the Africa International Film Festival, I've witnessed firsthand the transformative power of the creative economy. While in Calabar, we focused heavily on trainings. And I remember listening to a few of the kids say, I'm not sure this training will take us anywhere. Well, it did take us somewhere. In the crowd today, we have OTB, who I'd like to bring forward because he's one of you. He's an example from here. There are others, but he's one of you, so I'd like for you to see him so that you know. While in Calabar 2013, we trained 200 students, and OTB was one of the few selected to further their education in America at no cost to him. The training is always free, and we continue to look for funds to train people outside of the country. He did so well that for 2014, we literally begged him to please come on board as a chaperone to go back to America with the other kids because the lecturers had said that he was the most progressive. So the most progressive came from Cross River State. Thank you so much. Nigeria has always been a nation of storytellers, innovators, and entrepreneurs. From the vibrant markets we share to the tech hubs, our creativity and resilience have always been our greatest assets. Now it's time to harness these strengths and channel them into a robust, sustainable creative economy, which is very crucial because the creative economy offers us a unique opportunity to address some of our most pressing challenges, the first being job creation. So I'm going to focus the job creation on here for the industry. Yesterday, while driving into town, OTB once again said to me, he's like, you've been here and you've left. And I've always said, you know, how are we making films? There's so many sites here, there's talent. Madam, you have to help us to make films here. You have to commission films for Cross River. So beyond just winning, beyond just thinking of himself, he's an ambassador. He's thinking of the whole state in terms of creating a more robust creative economy. Thank you. So the jobs for the film industry, like Mr. John had said, they span from filmmaking, actual filmmaking, to makeup artists. You can train people to make up for film, and if there's no film, they make up for weddings. They make up for whatever. They're still earning while waiting for the next film. Now, the film industry is very unique because you have days when you're not working. So it's good to have talent that would keep you, that will fill up those gaps. I'd like to say something on the bridge and the gap, but it's not coming to my head yet. It's supposed to be a joke, but it didn't work. The second is economic diversification. As we move away from dependence on oil, the creative economy offers a viable path to diversity, to diversifying our revenue streams and building a very resilient economy. The third being brain drain. It really hurts me to see a lot of youth leave Nigeria, but then you can't blame them because they feel like there's nothing for them. In the creative industry, we have software developers because you have animators. You need them to animate those programs. And so now what I'm finding out, in Enugu State especially, there's a whole huge hub growing of innovators, animators, and engineers in that space. They're all working for foreign companies and they're all in Enugu. These kids are earning between $5,000 to $10,000 a month. It exists. And like the former governor said, you can be here in the creative industry making whatever you need to make, and it will be seen for the rest of the world. Because now everything is digital. You could put it on YouTube, you could put it on a platform where the rest of the world gets to see it, and you still make your money. So instead of leaving, we should start thinking of what we'll do with the creative industry. Of course, Obiasika has to come and tell us what the government has to do for us eventually. That will keep the youth here also. Cultural diversity. Our creative outputs, be it our film, music, or fashion, serve as powerful tools of cultural diplomacy, shaping how the world perceives Nigeria and Africa as a whole. How do we build this future? The answer lies in our youth, the digital natives, the tech-savvy generation, the dreamers, the doers. We see possibilities. To harness this potential, we need to focus on 3 key areas. But before we focus on that, I'd like to say, the creative economy has really improved how the rest of the world see us as a nation. Before, it was all about fraud and oil and bad leadership. Today, there's Davido, there's Wizkid, there's Ireti Doyle, there's Nollywood, there's just so much. Now, the 3 keys we need to focus on to upskill us is education and skill development. We must reimagine our education system to foster creativity. While listening to the documentary, there was a teacher that said that when her students are noisy in class, she comes in and she starts singing and dancing. And it kind of tempers them, situates them, and then she teaches. We must come up with very creative ways to retrain ourselves. Coding should be as fundamental as reading and writing. Because we're digital, we would need a lot of training and education in tech-savvy courses. For everything now, we need that. Infrastructure and investment. We need to build the physical and digital infrastructure that will support our creative industries. This includes high-speed internet. This would be from the MTNs, creative hubs, and incubators for startups. We need our policies and regulations also tweaked to make things easier for us. Mr. John had said that we needed tax breaks. I don't think we need tax breaks, but that's just me. Every film industry, when you have tax breaks, it makes people want to come more, so they film and they get some money back. But can you imagine if we haven't fixed leadership and we put tax breaks? We say, oh, we have 40% incentives, and the rest of the world comes to Nigeria. They shoot their films, and 3 years later, they still haven't gotten the money back from government. Nobody will come again. So please, the tax break, I think, should wait. Let's fix leadership. Let's continue to innovate and do what we do well. They should stay out on that sector for now. We must create an enabling environment through policies that protect intellectual property, facilitate access to funding, very important, and promote Nigerian creative content, both locally and globally. This is back to the government. I run the Africa International Film Festival, single-handedly. Luckily, I understood early in the game, you're better off talking to the corporates. And so you go to them, you speak, and you beg, and you plead. But in the course of the years, they see what you're doing, and so they continue to support. Government needs to come on board. In other climes, the government, in their budgets for the country, they add certain things to it. The French government adds the Cannes Film Festival as part of its budget. That helps a lot of people across board, even Nigeria. The good news is that we're now starting from scratch. We have success stories to build upon. We look at our booming music industry, which has put Afrobeats on the global map. Consider our film industry in Nollywood, which is the 2nd largest in the world by volume. Think about our tech scenes with startups solving unique African problems, attracting huge global investments. This success shows us what's possible when we combine our creativity with entrepreneurial spirit and technical innovation. I cannot stress the technical innovation more. But we're just scratching the surface, like Mr. John said. Imagine a Nigeria where every young person with a smartphone is not just a consumer of content, but a creator, an innovator, an entrepreneur. Imagine a country where our creative industry contributes not just, he said 1%, I have 5% here, so, but 25% or more to our GDP. Imagine a Nigeria known not just for its oil, but for its ideas, its innovations, its creativity. This is the Nigeria that we can build. This is the Nigeria the youth in this room should hold on to. The future awaits us if we invest in our youth and our creative economy. As I conclude, I want to challenge each one of you, policymakers like Obi, business leaders, educators, and most importantly, our youth. The future of Nigeria's creative economy is not something that will happen to us. It's something we must actively create. It requires your ideas, your energy, your passion, your innovation. So let's get to work. Let's build a creative economy that will be the envy of the world. Let's create a future where every young Nigerian can dream big and have the tools to turn these big dreams into reality. The future is creative. The future is innovative. The future is Nigerian. Who's the Nigerian here? So the future is you. Thank you very much. OTB, thank you. Oh, I didn't use my... Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. One more time, please put your hands together for Choma. We're going to have a very short conversation moderated by Joey Akan. So please, let's have Mr. John Ugbe back on stage. Please put your hands together for Mr. John. As I invite the moderator of this panel, his name is Joey Akan, renowned as a music entertainment maven and media consultant. He's a pivotal figure in the Afrobeat music landscape. He's been advocating for its democratization and global audience. Joe is the founder of Afrobeat Intelligence podcast, and he explores the narratives and insights of top professionals and creatives in the music industry. Joey champions projects for major record labels, actors, musicians, corporations, and he offers tailored counsel on A&R, communications, and promotional strategies to drive innovation and captivating storytelling. Joey mentors the next generation of African music professionals through initiatives like Africa's The Critic Challenge. His contributions have earned numerous awards, including recognition at the Oya and Maya Awards. He is an active member of esteemed organizations such as the Recording Academy, that's the Academy for the Grammy Awards, Johnny Walker's Creative Council, the Mobiles, and Afrima. Please put your hands together for Joey Akan.
Okay. Good day, everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Joey. Thank you. And this conversation is an interactive session between John Ube and Choma Ude. The conversation is about, still on the topic, the creative economy. And, you know, they've given the best of speeches. They have intimated you on the landscape of the space and also motivated a lot of you. But now we're going into the specifics of what they've said. How can you find access into the space? What are the trends you'd have? What are the trends they've noticed in the space? What are the opportunities that exist so far and how you can access them? And so I'm happy to do this and I'm honored to do this. A round of applause, please. Okay. So I'm going to start with you, John. Okay, for you. So far in your years at the helm of MultiChoice, For you, what are the access points for young people in that space? How do they start, primarily now and when you started, and how has that changed?
I think that has really changed. You know, in the past, there were probably 2 or 3 platforms, and everyone had to try to pitch to those platforms. Now, with digital technology and your social media, I mean, you really don't need to pitch to anyone. You can just put up your work. However, that comes with its own challenges, because the audience is also distracted. And also, instead of maybe 1,000 creatives, there's now 1 million creatives, because even your grandma does a little video and puts it up. She's a creative. So I think more important than ever is the hard work, the creating of an identity. What do you really want to do? Being able to keep doing what you want to do, being different, because everybody is putting something up. How different are you? Where's the audience? And ensuring that you then have your work where it's accessible to a good audience. And like, we always say, how are you going to get paid for it? Because it's not, if you do the best quality work and you don't create that opportunity to get paid for it, you essentially would run out of funds after a while. So the platforms are, there's really no gatekeeping anymore. You can get your work up, overnight, but you really have to think very carefully where you put it to ensure that, it's sustainable. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Chioma, something that struck me during your speech, you mentioned about the people in Enugu, the vibrant creative market or rather collective in Enugu. And one thing I've seen traveling around the continent is we're seeing a lot more young people band together in groups to create a system to work for them. But beyond that, what trends have you seen, especially in the film industry? What trends have you seen beyond that for young people? How do they get access to the space? And what's the key component for thriving?
With regards to trends from the young people, I think those trends are being enabled by international organizations that are coming into the country. So you have, I'll give one example. It's not Microsoft, it'll come to me shortly. But what they're doing is training people, and so in clusters. And so when they're trained in clusters, they're training to upscale and also move them into some type of sustainability. So they're encouraged to bandy together and create. They're also taught that, if you have a team of, say, 10 is a bit much, but 10, you have the filmmaker, you have the director, you have the, so all of them come together, the scriptwriter, which is most important, they come together and they train them in that. It's called script to screen, one of the trainings they get. So it's not such a trend, it's a trend that they're taught to do. Nigerians don't like to share. We don't also know how to collaborate. And so they're teaching them to collaborate in order to upscale and also make money.
And why do you think we don't like to collaborate?
Oh, we're very suspicious of each other. And it's deep in our culture. I've tried so many things with so many people. I've been slapped left, right, and center. Every day I want to say to myself, maybe I should go do a DNA test and find out where I'm from. Because I always want to collaborate, and it's so hard in this environment.
Oh, okay, so we need to increase the trust.
To add to that, I think it's also key that people try to make unique things, because I think it's the copying that then scares everyone.
Yes.
And at times people just take the easy path, which more often than not doesn't even lead to success. And that's why earlier I mentioned hard work, because in all this, we always seem to forget hard work. And I remember asking someone to go and watch the videos of Beyonce as a 5-year-old or 6-year-old. And when you see the training and then you watch her dance routines today, you realize that it's maybe, I don't know, 30 years of experience that has resulted in what we are amazed with today. So we just need to, have that inculcated in us to work hard, because once we begin to work hard and create the niche, I think it will remove the fear of collaboration. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And still with you, something the young creatives that I deal with, they always have a problem with is how to interface with organizations like yours. Now we have the entire creative process has been democratized. People can just create in their bedroom. Your grandma can become a star. And interestingly, I think last week, this was in the US, but there was a 55-year-old country star, dropped a song, it's doing wonders now at 55, new career. And so when I talk to a lot of those creatives, what the concern they always have is, we don't know how to engage with the corporate. Some of them would say you need corporate experience because it's different. Previously, they just needed to come together, band, and do work. Now you're seeing people asking for emails. You're seeing business accounts. You're seeing different documents and all. So what are the challenges you've had dealing with these creatives, and how can that be ameliorated?
I think, one, there are different ways, okay? We often do not research. For instance, if you want to interface with Africa Magic and you go onto the website, you will find a link there. You'll find email addresses. You'll find, when we also call for pitches and auditions, we actually put it out. Yeah. And it's publicized. During the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards, we will have those industry events where, and all you have to do is attend those events, go onto the website, look out for news, and pitch. And we have a lot of, your real beautiful programming that is just come off someone submitting a pitch online on the website. Now, people at times want to rather deal directly one-on-one. However, for your own protection, we ask you to go through the process to protect your intellectual property, because you don't know who you're talking to. However, for instance, if you put it in on the website, you're protected because it's already on record that you did pitch. Yeah. So there's a lot of news around it, and I think anyone who's interested must just, keep looking.
Amazing. Then how about the part of professionalism on the other side? Do you have a way to help these creatives that can interface with your system the right way? Because I talk to them and they're like, we don't know how to deal with the corporate. Are you advising them to get a manager, or how? Do they need extra training for that?
I think we do that through the master classes we run as part of the capacity building. In terms of management, I tell a lot of creatives, you're only as good as your management. And I don't think we pay enough attention to that. I also tell creatives, it's a job. This is your job. Because more often than not, a lot of people don't see it as their job. When you see something as your job, then you wake up in the morning, you actually go out there. Those of us that have the jobs that we work in offices, we have to show up there. So I tell the creative, see this as your job because you will show up. But we do this, industry things where people, we bring people together, we do master classes, we discuss how to live as a creative. I know we probably don't have enough running nationwide, but opportunities like this exist for the same, that we can interface while we're here.
Thank you. And Choma, you spoke against tax rebates. Well, I know you don't like it because of the system we have, the contextual system we have for that to happen. So I primarily deal in Afrobeats in the music industry, and something that has happened over the last 7 years has been a global expansion. And what that means in terms of the economics of the space means we have a lot of foreign companies in the space, the biggest ones and the ones below them, investing aggressively in the space. For film, I know we've had Amazon, they came in, they pulled out. We have Netflix still doing its thing in this market, still investing. But for you, how do we...
You didn't add Africa Magic to that.
Oh, sorry. African Magic.
We started it.
Yes. My apologies. Yeah, African Magic, you guys obviously are the biggest in terms of funding and commissioning. Oh, wow. For you, what's happening in Afrobeats now? How can that be replicated in the space? The funding, the investment dollars, how can we get more private firms to come in? Is it a chicken and egg situation where success begets more investment, or we can attract enough to even stop that success and give us a chance?
It's a very interesting question. I'm not sure it's a question, but just yesterday I was on the phone with the 3 top executives from Disney, and I was pitching to them. And I was literally saying, and using Chris Brown and Davido as an example. And we also used research. I don't know whether you all remember when Wizkid closed down the O2 Arena in England. It was a big deal. He did it for 3 days. When he did it the first day, it was all over social media, and then it grew into the second day, and for the third day, the Americans started flying in. But for that first day, we found out that 82% of the people in O2 Arena were Nigerians. And so that speaks to our economy, the economy of the Nigerians in diaspora. So now the focus is on the Nigerians in diaspora, but that's what will put money in your pocket. What do the Nigerians in diaspora want? They want to be attracted to home. They want to keep in touch. They want to watch those movies. They want to see those new songs. And so this is attracting foreigners coming in and funding you to make those things that the diasporans that have money to pay for the streaming, pay for the theaters. Things are changing. You have to understand the power you wield. Now, you're going to make, okay, let me dial it back. Something we haven't discussed at length is the cultural attribute to everything we're doing creatively. Mr. John did mention that, it's great, you do better when you use your language in film. It goes beyond language. It's language, it's fashion, it's food. It's not drugs, because we don't do that. But we're imbibing the international ones. Now, when you do all this, and the diasporans see it and feel like, okay, I'm closer to home, then the foreigners come and fund you to do those. And it's a cycle. And so that fuels the funding that we're seeing now, and the growth.
So chicken and egg?
Chicken and egg still,
Absolutely.
yes. But we've passed, we've developed ourselves to a point where it's now possible. So I don't think it's so much chicken and egg anymore.
Okay, right. Thank you. And John, you mentioned the government, and I know she's against your tax rebates. Well, I would want to explore that a lot more now. So, best case scenario, when you think of the ideal situation where government and the private sector are interacting hand in hand to ensure the creative industry is grown here, what does that look like to you?
I think, a lot of it has to be very simple. I think we overcomplicate things here. And maybe that's why Choma was a bit wary of the tax incentive, because it's probably a bit difficult to implement. Some of it is really, really simple. A master class, okay? which is public-private, but with support from the government. A simple, the government is going to commission 10 movies, for instance, in Cross River with just 5 million naira each. It's just 50, and I'm saying it's just 50 million naira when it comes to the budget of Cross River. But what that will do is fill this hall with willing learners. Yes. And you, with the partnership or the collaboration with the private sector, for instance, Africa Magic will say, oh, we are interested in buying. We are always buying. We're always looking for something good. So what the government has done in that case is provide the environment and some seed money. As soon as that content kicks off, you then see those people who produced it could then go on to produce even more. And more often than not, they don't even need that seed, but you have to plant a seed. A lot of, the private sector. Choma mentioned, we collaborate every year on AFRIF.
Yes, we do.
On just one phone call.
Yes.
And we're sitting down and saying, okay, what's happening this year? Yeah. How can we work together? Yeah. So we need those phone calls, and we need the very simple things. You've seen, we keep mentioning Obi. He's here. So we're sure he's going to announce something. Yeah, he whispered it to me. Obi, I won't let it out unless you announce it yourself.
Okay. Obi is the government, so.
It's easy to bash on.
Sounds strange, but he is the government now.
Okay, interesting. And we're talking global now. Everything, I know local is here, but we're talking global. We're talking about maximizing our creative works on international spaces, rather. For you, what's the ingredient for success there? What has to happen differently? What do we have to do differently when we get to those spaces, or even before we get to those spaces, while trying to attract that level of investment and collaboration?
In the hall today, we have youth of different categories. So you might have somebody who is a trained, seasoned producer, like OTB. You might have somebody else who is, in the middle, and then you have somebody who's just starting out. So I'm not going to speak to just OTB. It would be good to speak to the different spheres. Okay, let me start with the topmost. Before now, we had Amazon. We still have Amazon, by the way. I'm a distributor for Amazon, and I sold a film just maybe 3-4 weeks ago. So even though they've pulled out in terms of commissioning, they're still licensing. So that's something. Now, if we want to cross over, I say this and some people say maybe not, but I know this is what you need to do. If we need to cross over, we have to collaborate with the West. And I have kind of fine-tuned this collaboration, and it was part of my presentation yesterday. I would love to collaborate with Black America to start, because they also feel like, oh, if I'm not Kevin Hart or Denzel Washington, then I'm only making 20 million. Well, I don't believe that any film in Nigeria has gone past the $2 million mark. So how do we pull these two together? And I will still go back to the example of music, which is Davido and Chris Brown. Chris Brown can comfortably close out an O2 Arena now, which he couldn't do before. Now he's in Afrobeats, he's doing that. So it's a great example for anyone to see. So for us to cross over that $10 million, $20 million earning, we need to collaborate with the West. That's one. And then for us here who are making films, and we hope to sell those films from $200,000 to $2 million, we need still to collaborate with each other. Money is thinning out, especially in Nigeria. If you need to produce something that is really good, that they want to look at, you have to bring the best of the of all the worlds in film together. I don't believe one person. I hate it when I see I'm the director, the producer, the writer. I hate that. But maybe there are people like that. I believe when different people with different passions come together, then we'll create that film or that project that would also attract a certain kind of amount of money. That goes now down to the young ones who are new. So and this particular group, they're the most critical. Because when you're new, you can't be the director, the everything. So you say, okay, I'm a writer, and you found out, listen, this is my passion, I'm writing, right? So you write. Another person does the production design, different things. You come together, you do a nice little film, and you take it to the YouTube, you can take it to African Magic. Funny enough, I'll give a real example. I would say, I don't know, 65 million naira is very doable. If you come together as a group, you can't put 65 million naira together. I have sold a film, just because of confidentiality, I'll give two figures, but I've sold a film of 65 million naira for $1 million. I have. It's doable, it's there, money collected. So, but what you need to do is make sure it is done well. So, I hope I've answered that question.
Yes, you have. Thank you. And John's been nodding aggressively. So.
Yeah, no, because, Choma had said something, our culture being original.
Yes.
And it's something you've also said, Joey. I think too many Nigerian artists jumped on Amapiano. And we forgot our roots, Afrobeats. So a lot of times we just tend to jump on trends. We need to stay original. We need to look at our culture. We need to explore more. And this success is not just overnight. So that is what will sell us out there. If you look at the big successes from here, some of them are songs that were sung completely in local language. The average Igbo man nodding his head doesn't know a word of that. But, when we tried in the past, in the 80s, to copy pop, it just didn't work.
Sorry, I'll say something to culture. He's talking about film. When you make a film that is not culturally rich, you always have to have, who is your first base? Like I go to John now, John, I want to sell this film to you. He'll say, oh, who's your audience? So that question is a must. Who is your audience? And so if you have the diasporans as your base, then you've sold that film beyond, then you can now go into the Americans, the Chinese, whoever. But you must always have your base. And your base, if you're culturally attuned, are the diasporans. They're looking in. They want to be attached to home. They want to see something. They want to feel you. And so if you come and do it, somebody came to me. Sorry, I like to tell the stories. Nice guy, I love him. And he says, I have this great story. We're raising $10 million. So I wanted to hear what the great story was. And he said, oh, it's about this Igbo trader who had this huge business, and the daughter wanted to be an Afrobeat music, whatever. And so the guy, to force the daughter to come into the business, went and registered in the university where this child was. At that point, he lost me, because we don't do that here. The minute the university, the father will go to register in the university to join the child and frustrate the child in school, and we don't do that here. So the minute you start doing, and I could tell, there are 3 American films I've watched like this already. We have to keep our stories authentic. Don't focus on copying anybody. It will never work. So that's the $10 million gone.
Okay, thank you. So this is the time when I hand the mic to the audience. I'm going to be able to take 2 questions because of time restraints. Please, if you have a question, raise your hand. The microphone will be with you. Please stand up, just your name and the question. Please do not thank them. We've clapped for them enough. Just your name and then the question specifically. Okay, we have one here. And then, okay, you raised your hand first. So those 2 questions, please. Please, if you could step forward and ask them. Thank you. Your name and then the question. Who's got a mic, please? If there's none, you can have mine. Okay, cool.
Okay. So my name is Ekanem.
Please project a bit more.
Okay. So my name is Ekanem. I'm a DevOps engineer as well as an AWS solutions architect. That's Amazon Web Service. So mine is not really a question. It's more like advice, because...
Please, I need questions. I was
Okay.
very strict about it.
Okay.
If you don't have a...
software, which is actually meant to replace Netflix. However, this software is named Video, and it's the way it's going to stand out from others. It's because it's going to allow African film producers.
I'm sorry. I'd have to cut you. I want the question.
Yeah. Okay. The question is coming.
Just the question, please.
Yeah. So it's going to allow African film producers to actually create their movies and upload them while they are able to own their masters.
I would have to take the mic from you. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah.
Who's the second person with a question, please?
Now-
Thank you. I apologize. We have very limited time.
Okay.
Next. Who's the next person with a question, please? Please step to the mic. Thank you so much. My apologies. We have limited time. Your name and your question, please. Okay, please use the other one.
My name is...
member here in Calabar. Okay, we are talking about our creative hub in Africa, but one thing we will all have to agree is that our creative hub in Africa actually contributes more of entertainment than leadership. We focus more on entertainment and generating funds, and we don't really see any correlation between our entertainment terrain and our leadership.
Your question is?
In this country. So what I want to ask is, how can we balance our creative terrain and Nigeria leadership? How can we improve our leadership using our creativity?
Thank you. Joe, you got room for one more?
Yes, one more.
All right, you quickly, let's go. All right.
My name is Michael Okwashi, a 200 level student of University of Calabar. My question is this. We have been talking about creative mindset, like those who are already creative, like the creative ones. So, like, what of those who have already established themselves, like, who are entrepreneurs and they're also youths? What are our benefits? What are the gain of us who are here? Are we to step up our careers? They are just, everything here is about creativity, like creative industry, digital.
Okay, thank you.
Like other industries.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think I'll just deal with that quickly. This is the creative economy, the focus of this. So.
Well, we can tie what he's doing.
Okay.
To find out what he's doing, we can't be tied into creativity.
Okay, over to you. Yeah, the first one, balancing creativity and leadership, and then the second one, the intersection between non-creative entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship and creativity.
Which one do you want to answer?
Okay, I think let me take a stab at the first question, which was the balance between leadership and creativity.
Yeah.
And I think that question comes at, this is the right place to ask that question, because we all watched the video of what the Bridge Leadership Foundation does. So it's already addressing leadership, and now the bridge is bringing in creativity. So I think there are lots of programs to address leadership. If it's leadership in the creative industry, then we've got master classes, there's lots of training for that. We're here as part of that leadership. But I think to a large extent, there are lots of leadership programs that are run outside this kind of forum that would address leadership. And we all try to address it from our creative work. I mean, if you watch, we try to impact leadership even from movies, from series, from documentaries that try to push for, very positive leadership.
Let me answer that too.
And maybe to also just address that a bit. Ekanem.
Okay, good.
I'll try to use you as an example for leadership and being young and listening. It was disrespectful of you to continue with selling yourself. There's always the opportunity, but you don't turn the audience off. Joey tried to talk to you a few times to say, go to the question. I think out of respect for all the young people and for some of us gray-haired people in here, you should have gone straight to the question, and you will get an opportunity one-on-one with a lot of people here to pitch your idea. I'm just addressing it because we have a lot of young people, impressionable people, and we need to teach the right behavior. I know I'm speaking like your dad or something now, but it's important.
Okay. Thank you, John. The second one, the intersection between creative entrepreneurship and brick-and-mortar entrepreneurship.
I'm an engineer, so I think that will also answer it. We all get inspired. Entrepreneurship is entrepreneurship. Like we mentioned, the industry actually cuts across a lot of things. When we've taken people on a tour around some of our productions, you will find out that there's actually a full restaurant with an owner, an entrepreneur who just does food, but does a lot of, has built restaurants around production. We also have a full tinsel, and one of the big tinsel people is here, and she will speak, at the master class. Mrs. Ireti Doyle is here. She will tell you that there's a full, okay, sorry, I cut into that applause. Please, Ireti Doyle. So she would tell you that there's a full fashion studio in tinsel. And I'm talking fashion, it's big. It's got, to my shock, it had outfits that were worn on tinsel 20 years ago in there. So it's a full business for someone, and that's entrepreneurship. That person, if you ask them, are you in the movie industry? They'll say, no, I'm just a fashion designer. But they're styling and have been styling people in tinsel for a long time. So there's an opportunity for every one of us. There are lawyers who specialize in the creative industry. So it doesn't really matter.
To practicalize it for him is to find out what he does.
Yeah. What are you studying in Unical?
We can help you tie it into creative industry. What?
Sorry? Science, technology? Science laboratory. Oh, okay. Maybe just to let you know that before, Busala, should I say that before anybody is let into certain productions, we actually test them.
Yes.
Yeah, we run tests, drugs, medical, because don't forget, you are in contact with a lot of other people. So I've just told you that we actually have a testing laboratory that we work very closely with in our productions. So there you go. You already exist in the creative industry.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. This has been fun. A round of applause for them, please.
Can we do quick photographs? Quick photographs. We'll do it again, but I mean, just quick photographs. One more time, please put your hands together for Choma Ude, John Ugbe, and Joey Akan. How we doing? Are we doing good? I know that we've been sitting for a while. Can we stand? Can we stand? Can we stand? Can we stand? Can we just move our bodies? Let's shake, let's shake, let's stretch, put your hands up. I mean, it's not too far into the day. You can still trust the capacity of your deodorants. Take your hands up. It's okay. It's not too far into the day. It's okay. It's fine. All right. At this point, if you have a smartphone, I want you to do a selfie. I want you to do a selfie with the person next to you. Take a selfie with the person next to you, right? Bring out your phones. Let's do it. Take a selfie. The person next to you. Now, you're going to post that on your platforms. You have FB, you have IG, you have X, you have WhatsApp. Just post live at Career Day, hashtag CDC 2024, hashtag TBLF. Can we do that? You never can tell. That person next to you might become the governor next. Okay, but yeah. That person next to you is the next commissioner, the next CEO, the next superstar, the next director. All right, all right. Are we doing good? Are we ready to continue? Please have your seats. Please have your seats. The next session is very important. It's on retooling youth talent and creativity for the future. And to take this session, we have Dr. Busola Tejumola, the Executive Head, Content and Channels, MultiChoice West Africa. She's a seasoned content strategist with over 17 years of experience in media and IT industries. Her career focuses on customer and media relations, IT systems, consumer insights, content production, and strategy. As the Executive Head of Content and West Africa Channels at MultiChoice, Africa's leading entertainment company, she directs the storytelling and content for 7 Africa Magic channels in Nigeria and 2 Aquaba Magic channels in Ghana on DSTV and GoTV. Recognized as one of the 100 most influential people of African descent in 2021, she has been pivotal in championing media and culture in Africa. Busola holds a PhD in Management Information Systems and Computing from Brunel University and a master's degree in Management Information Systems from the University of Surrey. In 2023, she was elected as a distinguished member of the International Academy of Television Arts and Sciences, recognizing her contributions to global television. Beyond her primary career, she advises startups and mentors young women, promoting educational aspirations and women's leadership. Through the MultiChoice Women's Forum, she drives initiatives like mentorship programs, learning opportunities, and sponsorships to equip women for executive and leadership roles. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, a caliber welcome. Put your hands together for Dr. Busola Tejumola, Executive Head, Content and Channels, MultiChoice West Africa. Thank you very much.
Wow. Good afternoon, everyone. I stand on all existing protocols. I'm supposed to be speaking on retooling youth talent and creativity for the future. But as I was walking in, I saw a banner there that had objectives of the leadership bridge, the bridge leadership. And it says, inspire, we empower, we educate, we connect, and we mentor. These strongly aligned with my values. I am so excited to be here today. Our CEO, John, and Chioma from AFRIF have spoken to you about the creative economy and have set the scene, right? So they've painted the picture of what's possible, of the opportunities, the gaps. We've had a robust conversation. I'm not here to talk to you about content today. We are going to be talking about you. So retooling youth talent and creativity for the future. Let's switch that up a bit and call it Retooling You for the Future. I'm going to ask, and please use the mics. I see a lot of young school children here. So if you are between the ages of 10 and 12, can I see your hand up? Anyone bold enough to stand up and answer a question for me? Come on. One person. Is there anyone? Thank you. How old are you? Can we give him a mic, please? Your name and how old you are.
Hi, everybody. My name is Anatanan Sai. I'm 11 years old.
You're how old?
I'm 11 years old.
11 years old. And what class are you in?
JSS1.
JSS1. And what would you like to study in the university? Have you thought of that? What would you like to be when you grow up?
A software engineer.
A software engineer. Thank you. You're very bold. Thank you very much. Do we have anyone between the ages of 15 to 17 who's in secondary school, senior secondary school? Anyone? Okay, can you step to the mic, please? Don't be shy. Can we encourage her? Same thing, your name, how old you are, and what you would like to be when you grow up.
My name is Elza Fan Nkese Nsa'ai. I'm actually turning 15 next week, Friday. I want to be a cardiothoracic surgeon, so basically I want to go into the medical field.
Fantastic, amazing. Thank you. You can have your seat. Now, do we have anyone in university? Year 1, year 2, year 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Maybe you have an extra. There's nothing wrong with that. Can you please step to the mic? Yes, please step to the mic.
Hello, everybody. I'm Oko Josephine Anai, and I'm in the University of Calabar, and I'm currently studying physiology, human physiology.
Human physiology.
Yeah, I'm in 200 level right now.
Let me ask you a question. What did you want to study before you got into university?
Medicine and surgery.
Medicine and surgery. Thank you. I'm going somewhere. Thank you. His Excellency, can I please engage you for a minute? Please oblige us. We are young and we are here to learn. Can you encourage him? No. Okay, we all know what you do now, and we know what you've done. You were the former governor of Cross River State. But what did you study in the university?
I studied law.
Studied law.
Yeah, I studied law. But
What did you want to study?
Well, you know, people like us have long stories. So, I actually wanted to be a diplomat. All I wanted to be was Nigerian ambassador to United Nations. That was all I wanted to be, so I went to university to study to become a diplomat. And I did a degree actually in politics and economics, and then I did law. And guess what happened?
You ended back in politics.
That was the end of that adventure.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Where am I going with this? What you want to study, what you studied or what you are studying, and what you are practicing or what you will practice might always be very different. I wanted to study engineering. I got in for computer science. Here I am today. It's very important that we retool you and make you future-proof. So while I said I wasn't going to be talking about content, I would like to talk about how to retool you as a youth. One, as secondary school students, as university students, as core members, and even as established entrepreneurs in the space. Your plans can change, what you want to practice can change. And I think in my career journey, I've moved quite a lot. So I started in networking. And then at the time, I moved into IT, what you call tech now. Maybe I would have been a tech sis. And I moved into the content space. If you had asked me 17, 18 years ago, I would not have mentioned content, at least this role, as part of my plans. But for every season and for everything you study in school, the experience will always come in handy. It's the skill sets you need. If you go to the next slide for me. In this slide, just take a note of this slide because I'll come back to it. So there are 4 stages of competence. The first is unconscious incompetence. It says you are unaware of the skill required and of your lack of proficiency. So you are here, you don't even know the skills that you don't have, or that you don't know the skills that you need. It's fine to be there. The second is moving to conscious incompetence. It says that you are aware of the skill and of your lack of proficiency, meaning that you know the skills that you need and you know what gap you have. Again, you are in the right place because this is where you would learn. The third is your conscious competence. You are able to perform the skill well, but only with conscious effort and thought. So you've learned, you've gone ahead, you're a bit farther on your learning journey. Again, you are in the right place today. And the last is your unconscious competence. At this point, you are able to perform the skill and it's automatic and at a very high level. So those are the people who have run my business for 5 years. I'm well established in my field. Remember this slide because I'll come back to it at the end. Can we go to the next one? But before we move forward, let's just take a step back and look back at how far disruption has happened. It's technology evolution, and we talk a lot about technology, but we don't talk enough about the roles that change with the technology. Did anyone ever study typewriting as a subject in secondary school? No, I'm talking to people. Yes? Thank you. I was telling the young lady yesterday that in secondary school, I studied typewriting, and it was a real exam. But there was a teacher, right? And if you had asked that man over 20 years ago, he'd tell you, I have a career in teaching typewriting. What has happened now? No longer exists. The phone is here. We had your Polaroid cameras, you had your Discman, your Walkman, DVDs, CD players at the time. And I remember in boarding house, all the way in Akure, as a 10-year-old, if anything happened, I had to write a letter home. So if I was dying, well, it would take 3 weeks to a month for that letter to get to my parents, for them to know what was happening in school. But what has happened now? At the tip of your fingertips, you can send an email. So everything we see on the left has been drastically disrupted by technology. And so now you have your content creators, and that's why at the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards, we created a new, sorry, am I echoing? Okay. We created a new category for the digital content creators because we saw how important that industry is now. And so we have your content creators, you have your mobile phone repairers. That was never really a role. We have your makeup artist. How many people used to do makeup 20 years ago? Like you would call a makeup artist. It didn't really exist. You have your influencers. How that has become a thing is amazing. 15, 20 years ago, you didn't have influencers. It wasn't a role that existed. We also had now you have your music producers. Before, you would have to have an album and then put it on a CD and then distribute to your marketers for your music to even travel. Now people release just one song and they put it on the streaming platforms and it goes viral. If you just move forward, this also just shows, artificial intelligence, how your chatbot, there's deep fake. There's so many new terms and terminologies that we hear every day now that just drive and show how quickly things change. But you know what? The only thing that doesn't change, again, is who? Is you. What doesn't change are your values. That's your integrity, your consistency, your attitude. Mr. John spoke about attitude, your passion. You can move to the next slide as I speak, please. Your attitude, your commitment, all these do not change. If we look, just thinking back at some of the evolution that has happened, we used to watch DVDs, even for movies. Many people might not know or remember if you are that young. But now, companies like MultiChoice, one, created and developed the ecosystem so that Nollywood and the industry can thrive, but also then delivered content to you at your fingertips. So now, through a box, through your phone, you can either stream content through YouTube, through the streaming platforms. The way content is consumed has changed. For music, I already spoke about, just releasing a single and making a lot of money from it and being, having viral moments. Even with writing, who used to read hardcover books? Mills and Bones. So I can see, I know your age. But now, and you had to do a lot to sell your books. But now, all you need to do is publish and put it on Twitter. Put it on Amazon, and immediately your books are, available to the whole world. The fintechs, we had to go to the market. I remember the days of Balogun markets. You had to go to the market to buy things. 7B Ebing Pejo Lane, yes, someone remembers. You had to go to the market to physically buy your things. Now, behind your laptop, sitting here, I'm sure some people have run their cards just sitting here and made some, some purchases. Enabled by the fintechs, the payment gateways, you can just shop, where you are and get your things delivered to you. So everything you can do from the comfort of your homes. Who used to flag down? And I call it flag down because that's what you used to call it, flag down taxis. You couldn't go anywhere without leaving your house. Now you sit down and you hail a ride, and they come to get you. You see how things have changed very quickly. Can you move to the next slide, please? Let's look at some of the success stories that we have. We have Eric, and he will be at the masterclass tomorrow. Now, I'm saying all of this because every session from what we've heard before mine and up until tomorrow is very important. This is a charge to everyone here who has come here to learn. Do not leave this place without one actionable thing. I'm sure you've attended a lot of conferences or maybe masterclasses online, but it's what you do with it that really matters, right? So we have some success stories. Eric used to be on radio. He was a producer on radio, and he joined the MultiChoice Talent Factory. Goes back to what he wanted to do, what he was doing, and what he is now doing. Well, what is happening now is that after his time at the MultiChoice Talent Factory, he and his friends came together and formed a company called Reki Solutions at the time. And what they do is find locations for any film. So if you had a production, they will find you your locations. You just needed to move in. I thought that was really ingenious. So they didn't necessarily go into production. They weren't producers, but they were feeding the ecosystem. He's moved to that and then created a digital marketplace called FilmMart, and he'll speak a lot about it. He's here because he's going to give very practical ways of, one, raising funds, because funding is very important, right? So he will show you the way. He will cut soap for you and show you how to raise funds and how to just make sure that you are digitizing your ideas. We all know Hilda Bassi. Yes, we all know Hilda Bassi. After she broke the world record. You know, she's gone ahead and created almost like an academy for herself, you know, in that space. And she has students who come through and learn and, you know, become chefs. That is a whole industry online that she's running. Lastly is Alan and Adeniyi. They were also part of the MultiChoice Talent Factory. But when they left the Talent Factory, see, I'm sure there are many training courses that you attend, but they don't necessarily provide you the next steps or what to do after. At the MultiChoice Talent Factory at a MultiChoice, what we do is ensure that we provide you a pathway, you know, to grow and expand. We provide you, you know, a distribution channel. So Alan and Adeniyi are just an example of the alumni that have gone ahead and produced more than 260 episodes, I believe in seasons, of some Africa Magic originals. Has anyone watched, it's an Africa Magic Yoruba though, Iroraya? They won the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards in the recently concluded show. So just a snapshot of our interventions. How are we helping? How are we positioning ourselves as a company to grow and expand the ecosystem? It's one through our Africa Magic and Showmax platforms. Yes, we do produce content for Showmax. So if anyone watches any content that is Nigerian or West African on Showmax, it's coming from the same team. We commission hundreds of thousands of hours, you know, within a period of time, and also license. So we will not be able to commission every producer. But we believe that if you have already produced your movies, then we can license it from you and give it the platform. And this goes across our 6 Africa Magic channels and Showmax. I've talked about the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Awards. We recently celebrated the 10th anniversary. And our trailblazer, I believe, look out for him in the next year. I know that he was already quite known, but in the 1 year from now, I believe that he would grow in strides because every trailblazer has gone ahead, you know, and become big stars. Behind the AMVCAs, and that answers your question as to what's in it for me. All I'm hearing is creative, The AMVCAs alone has created over 30,000 jobs. Those guys are not producers. They are your makeup artists, they are your hairstylists, they're your carpenters, they're your caterers, you know, they're your editors. That job creation, that's also another funnel for job creation. Where are my slides? Okay. Now for the MultiChoice Talent Factory. The MultiChoice Talent Factory is our own academy. It's a 1-year program that is experiential and both classroom. We have some partners like the New York Film Academy, Dolby. So we bring these guys in to fully train. And we are also, one of our partners is the Pan-Atlantic University. So once you're done with the MultiChoice Talent Factory, you know that you are a seasoned filmmaker. We're not only teaching filmmakers how to produce, we are teaching them the business of media. We know that creatives, so I'm just a creative. No, you need to know end to end and understand the rudiments and the business of media. And that's some of the models that we teach at the MultiChoice Talent Factory. It's the filmmaking, the acting, and please give it up for Mrs. Ireti Dell. She'll be taking a masterclass in acting tomorrow. I hope you have enough space. And we also have the legal and IP copyright class, very important because contracting, protecting your intellectual property and copyright is very important. After you've made your films, how do you distribute and market it? Brand development and design, finance and funding. These are some of the modules that are taught at the MultiChoice Talent Factory. So you're going back to school for a whole year. We accommodate you so you don't have to stress about where I'm coming from home. We even provide some stipend every month just so that you are learning under great conditions. This is done across 3 different regions, East, West, and Southern region. And I'm happy to announce that the portal for entries will open in a few weeks, and we will be extending a special link to the Bridge Leadership. So if you have any potential filmmakers who would like to join the Multi-Choice Talent Factory, please look out, through the channels at the bridge or across the Multi-Choice Talent Factory website for the entry calls. Okay, the next slide, please. They said I must wave for the next slide. We've talked about this. Can you just move to the next slide? Next. We've talked about being you, your values, your core values, your persistency. Just keep tapping on, please. Keep going. So if you've noticed, I haven't talked about skill sets yet because your skill sets are transient. At every given time, you will be doing something different, and you're young. This is the time for you to explore. This is the time for you to maximize the capacity. There's no such thing as I'm doing one thing and I'm focused on it. No, this is a time for you to do everything. Fail fast and learn from your mistakes. When you fail, you know how not to do that one thing, right? All the success stories we hear, I'm sure if you ask Hilda Bassi, she'll tell you how long she had been practicing and how many times she had tried to break that record before she broke the record. But what we just see is, the record that she broke. So every success story mostly comes with a lot of no's. So be ready sometimes to hear a lot of no's. But all of this is to get you future-proof and to retool you as an individual for whatever season and whatever evolution that technology will bring. I was going to put a slide up to ask what we think the future outlook would look like. But because of time, I'll just go on. But, would we be washing our clothes with air? Would cars be running on water? Would we be going to school? I mean, there's an endless possibility, but that innovation actually sits in this room. No one is going to bring the innovation to us. It sits in this room, and so we need to retool ourselves and our mindset for it. Lastly, if we go back to this slide, if you go back to this slide for the stages of incompetence, you are at the right place if you are not even sure what skill sets that you want to learn. Please go to the master classes tomorrow. Listen to the rest of the sessions. If you're in quadrant 2, that means that it's time for you to deliberately learn. Do not leave this place without giving yourself a timeline of what you want to learn, what skill sets you want to learn, and how you're going to get there. If you're in your quadrant 3, well done. You're already proficient. What you need to do now is go deeper. Start applying for grants, small grants. Again, for some, if you got a $2 million grant today, you would not know what to do with it. I know everyone wants to start from the money, but you have to build the substance first. So this is the time for you to remain consistent, to partner up and partner with your peers. And then if you are in quadrant 4, well, congratulations. My charge to you is to now apply for grants. You've done this over and over again. You are consistent, you've tested, you've failed, you've tried, you've done your masters, you've gone to a lot of master classes and you have applied what you have learned. This is a time for you to start collaborating and partnering. And please do not forget to mentor. You are in this quadrant. Don't forget to look back and mentor someone who is behind you. We always sometimes forget to look back. Once we've broken through, we are running ahead. Always remember that mentorship is and I was really glad when I was watching the documentary. Mentorship is a really big part of our culture and how to raise other people forward. As a roundup, I want you to remember these key things. 1, keep learning. We keep learning till we die. Learning is not only within the classroom. And so this, I'm speaking to your secondary school and university students who are thinking, why do I need math? dx, dy. Who's going to use that in the office? You might not use dx, dy or cosine, but what we would use is the principal behind the mathematics. It's the consistency and the patience of doing something over and over again. So I want you to look at learning from a different lens. If you're studying law, you have to be patient to study law. Sitting down and reading all these case studies and analyzing takes a level of patience and diligence. Take that skill set away from your schooling. Be creative. Apply whatever you learn now. Not next year, not tomorrow. Apply them now. Be disciplined. Be consistent. Always show up. But don't only show up, please show up prepared. At the end of the day, your craft is bigger than you, so always look at the bigger picture. Mr. John mentioned a few times about hard work. Hard work pays, always. Remember that nothing works if you don't work it. Everything is hard, being excellent or being mediocre, so choose your hard. Personal development and personal branding are very critical. Please do not lose sight of them. In closing, I leave you with a quote from one of the greatest storytellers of our time, Maya Angelou. She says, you can't use up creativity. The more you use it, the more you have. Thank you. Now I'm going to go off script for 1 minute. Mr. John mentioned the pitch session that will be happening later today. I'm sure that there is someone from the team. So if you are interested in pitching your stories, please put your name down. It will be happening after the event for today. But don't just bring a story you thought up. Remember, show up and show up prepared. So I'll give you quick guidelines as to how your pitches should come. 1, who is your intended audience? Please be clear who your intended audience is. Why should we care about your story? What's the so what behind your story? And then what are the broad strokes for your pitch? It's 1, make sure you have your story and your synopsis. Make sure that you are able to articulate the world of your story. Make sure that you have your key characters of your story and that they are at least broad character arcs, just so that we follow what story you're telling us. Tell us, I know it's impromptu, but if you're a storyteller, you should always be ready to pitch. So you need to tell us how you want to achieve, your plans and your movie. And who is going to achieve it? Who is your crew? If you're able to come together with this, then please put your name down and we will listen to your pitches and select the first set of Africa Magic Originals from Cross River. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One more time, please put your hands together for Dr. Busola. Amazing. All right. We're still moving, Abi. Are we having a good time here? Now, that exercise that we did earlier on, how many of us took part in it? How many of us have this event represented on their platforms? Let me see your hand. Oh, there's no network. Hey, wahala. I'm sure we will get that right eventually. Because year in, year out, we get to hear that. It's difficult to get it to. But I'm happy that you guys have brought it up, so we'll get it out. But you have it saved on your phones, and eventually you put them out, right? It's important because, we're supposed to network as well. And as I said earlier on, you don't know who's seated beside you. It just might be that person that you say, you leave here and you see them on the screen and you're like, I have a picture of this person on my phone. And they sat down just next to you at Career Day. All right, once again, please put your hands together for yourselves. You have stayed up until now. Now, we're about to go into the second session. And for the second session, we have 2 halls. 2 halls for this. It's same topic, but different focus areas and different resource persons. So I need everyone to listen very well, right? So you can decide which hall you belong to and where you want to, get your session. All right? Are we together? Okay, now this is done so we can attend to everyone. You can have more people ask questions, and you can easily, feel that intimacy if you're closer, and it's not just one person attending to all of us. So the focus, right, or rather the broad topic is leveraging collaborations to grow creative youth innovations. We have 2 halls. This is going to serve as Hall 1. The hall directly opposite is going to serve as Hall 2, right? I need to know if you're with me. Are you with me? Great. Now, this is Hall 1. The hall opposite is Hall 2. The topic is leveraging collaborations to grow creative youth innovations. The focus for this hall, right, is on co-creation and cluster building. Mr. John spoke about clusters. And I'm sure you understand, basically what it means. Co-creations, collaborations, and cluster building. How do you have these clusters, right? And it'll be handled by Obi Asika, the Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture. Now, my colleague Janice will be in the other hall, and the subtopic and focus for the other hall is dynamism of brand and platform leverage. Do you understand that? How do you leverage on the different platforms, that are available? Or how do you build your brand and evolve? Right? I think it's basic. Where do you put your content? That's actually easier. Where do you basically put your content, right? That's the sub-focus, or rather, that's sub-theme and the focus for Hall 2. And handling this will be Wangi Mba Uzoku. All right? Now, this is how we're going to do it so we can move in an orderly format. I want to know the people that intend to stay in Hall 1. Let me see your hands up. I see a lot of hands. But once again, let me run it through. For this hall, the focus is on co-creation and cluster building. Co-creation and cluster building. You get it? For the other hall, dynamism of brand and platform leverage. And as Jeff said, basically, you have this content, where do you put them? Right? Okay, thank you very much, Ginny. So, sometimes this Econ Makara can be very, very serious. So she's basically broken it down. Collaborations and capacity building, right? Capacity building, Hall 1, collaborations, Hall 2, right? So you have these platforms, you have this content rather, and you're thinking of where to put them, and how to build this following that you want to, Hall 2, right? And then you want to, basically work with the people and around you and create the content. You're in that starter level, right? Hall 1. Do we get it? Are we sure we get it? I think I heard one person shout no. Once again, do we get it? Okay, you let me see. If you don't get it, let me see your hands up. You are like 16. Okay, so I'll break it down again, yeah? This Hall 1, the focus is on co-creation and cluster building. And we're saying it's basically, capacity building, right? That's like the focus. You want to learn, how to grow what you have and build what you have in your head. You're bringing it from your head out, for the world to see. That's Hall 1. Hall 2, dynamism of brand and platform leverage. You got something already, right? You want to know how you can collaborate with different platforms and put what you have out there. Hall 2. Now, can we get the ushers so that we file out? Now, those that want to stay in Hall 1, once again, let me see your hands up. Okay, great. I see a lot of people here. Those that want to stay in Hall 2, let me see your hands up. Those that want to go to Hall 2. All right. For those that want to go to Hall 2, just carry your brochure. Your seat is still yours, right? And then let's file. There are the exit points here. There's 1, 2, 3. So we just move. Can we do that? You see people at the door. They'll direct you. Those that want to go to Hall 2. Janice is in the second hall. Should basically coordinate things there. This should not take long. We're creative people. As I said earlier on, it's not supposed to take long. I mean, we're very, very upward and mobile, sharp people. So let's do it quickly. Those that are going to the second hall and those that are here. So Hall 2, we have Wangi Mba Uzoku. And of course, I've just been informed that Nollywood actor Aka is with her as well. Hall 1, we have Obi Asika. And he's ready. So let's just make the move quick so we can just get straight to it. There are more people than those that took their hands up. Where will they come out from? We have 2 more minutes to do this. Let's move fast, please. For those on the foyer, you can come down. Feel free, come down and fill up. It feels like you're far from us. For those on the foyer, you can come down. Come down. We got 1 more minute for this. Yes, those on the foyer, please come down, and fill up the seats in front as well. Feel free. All right. Are we good? Okay, I think that we can start our business now. Just to let you know, those that are in this hall, immediately after Obi Asika's presentation, we're going to have a panel discussion. Of course, Joey Akan is moderating that panel discussion. On the panel, we have Ireti Doyle, we have Ewon Obasibom, and of course, Otobong Ekpayong. But in the meantime, presenting on youth opportunities in the creative economy and the future, with a focus on co-creation and cluster building, we have Obi Asika, a prominent figure in Nigeria's business landscape. He's the founder and chairman of Dragon Africa, leveraging his extensive expertise acquired from various leadership positions. Prior to Dragon Africa, Obi has made significant contributions through his involvement with organizations such as the Africa Soft Power Project, Asika, Ibaje Asika Resource Center, the Nigerian Olympic Committee, and of course, Dragon Africa. His academic background includes a Bachelor of Law degree obtained from the University of Warwick, spanning the years 1987 to 1990. Is armed with a diverse skill set encompassing areas such as video production, internal communications, marketing strategy, digital media, and music industry expertise. Obi Asika brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to the table, offering valuable insights that drive innovation and growth within the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a caliber welcome. Put your hands together for Obi Asika, Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture, NCAC.
Yours sounds like it's better. Good afternoon, everybody. Can I get some more energy, please? Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, it's better. Well, it's great to be here, first of all. I was looking at the profile they put in this thing, and I was complaining yesterday that I don't know who that person is, because if I talk about myself, I talk about it a little bit differently. But some of you are probably too young to know, but I see Patrick Ube in the front, one of my ogas. I'm not as young as I look, but but back in 2008, I was privileged to produce the Calabar Carnival, and we put it on television in the UK. We put it on, I think, AIT, Silverbird, and NCA. We created 18 episodes of content and put it onto MultiChoice as well. I'm happy to see John Ube and Busola who both here. And if you don't know, it is important to say it. They don't say it because they have better manners than me. But the foundation of the Nigerian creative economy in the last 25 years is driven principally by MultiChoice and Africa Magic. Yeah. And a lot of times I see people try to attack their brands, and I say to them, listen, you have to understand the only people that listen to the creative economy are these people. The only people that gave a platform are these people. Everything you see on Africa Magic was sitting here happening. I remember years ago with the music industry, we evacuated over 200 artists onto Channel O in 2006. None of those artists were being played by Nigerian television. But I would just call Channel O. I said, listen, I'm bringing all these artists. They started playing all these artists. And then the artists would take the clip from Channel O and go back to the TV station in their town, whether it was MI in Jos, LD in Kaduna, people all over this country, Flavor in Enugu, and they would be like, you see, I'm on Channel O. And the local channel will now give them access. Because unfortunately, the local platforms were not giving access to local talents. And this is something that is really important because, okay, now I've transited, I'm in government, so I can't do what I normally do. And they kept calling my name earlier. So I kind of feel like I have a target on my head or something. But I'm very happy to be here. Calabar has been a very good place to me. And, even when I landed yesterday, I was like, we're back in the islands. Every time I landed here with Kirk Franklin like 15 years ago, and he was like, as he touched down, he was like, I'm home. This is like, a lot of guys feel it's like Jamaica, the weather here, the atmosphere. people, even last night in my hotel, as we got back in with Choma Ode, I was like, you see them just walking around. You don't even see this anywhere else in Nigeria. 1 a.m., midnight, people are walking around and they're safe and they're happy and it's comfortable. You guys should be very proud of what you have here. You should be. And, you know, after I was listening to all the speeches earlier, because I really didn't prepare a speech or anything, I just wanted to talk. But the truth of the matter is there was some pressure because the ladies that spoke before spoke with some intensity. I listened to everything, John's speech, the conversation with Joey, and, you know, talking about leveraging youth for innovation. Now, what your former governor has been doing with the Bridge Leadership, I was actually supposed to come and speak about 2015-14. I missed the flight, so I had no excuse. I actually thought this event, I thought I was speaking tomorrow, and I was supposed to be speaking today at the Advertising Association in Abeokuta, and also at an event in Lagos today. And he called me on Wednesday, and he said, I hope I'm seeing you tomorrow. And I was like, how? You can't be seeing me tomorrow. It's not possible. He says, no, that you have to come tomorrow. There's the only flight you're on Friday. So I had to call the other people and say, I beg, my guy called me. I don't know what you guys are doing, but Calabar comes first. Yeah, no. And I'll tell you something, you know, I was thinking about it just while I was sitting there. I work for the National Council for Arts and Culture. And the National Council for Arts and Culture has existed since 1975. Unfortunately, not enough of you know about it, but it is the convening agency in the Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy that has an overview over the whole sector. And having that overview over the whole sector, we have a very specific roadmap we've put together about how we're going. We began to reach out to partners in the private sector and try to reinvigorate the business of entertainment and culture. I can say for sure that the government, the minister, I can say this for sure, and my agency and all my sister agencies are ready and willing and open to collaborate today, tomorrow, and the day after. There are no barriers, there's no delays, there's no grammar even. We're looking for partnerships, we're looking for people with capacity. I tell people every day, we don't have any contracts to give anybody, so don't bother. They didn't give us any money, but we have capacity, we have leverage, and we see there's talent everywhere. And when there's talent everywhere, what you're really looking for is the opportunity to upscale this talent, bring it to places where it can be seen and developed by people like MultiChoice, people like Netflix, all the other platforms that exist. Because of course, beyond film and television and music, you have fashion, you have the culinary arts, you have recreation, you have dance, you have theater, you have AI, you have gaming, animation. There's so much going on in this space, and what we're really trying to do is make sure that we're fit for purpose. We're able to actually deal with the opportunities that are coming. Just talking to the guys at the back, you can put up the presentation. Now, His Excellency is not here, but I'll say it anyway, because Ini is back. So I'll hold you responsible. We're talking about co-creation. One of the key things that we were looking at within the ministry and the roadmap that has been built by the minister and her team, and also my agency, we built our own roadmap to key into their roadmap, is specifically around capacity building. For anybody who has worked in this space, and I've worked in this space for at least 30-something years. I mean, with Big Brother, I was privileged to be the executive producer of the first Big Brother Nigeria in 2006, which is actually 18 years ago, which is kind of crazy to me. And I remember that some of the guys who were on that show, when I look at Ebuka today, the day he walked into the audition, I told the other guys on the committee, I said, this guy's going to be somebody. The other guy I said that about was a guy called Gideon, who became a big actor. And what has happened in Nigeria, even on that very first Big Brother, you know, I don't know if you grew up in Calabar, I'm sure, like in Enugu and all these places. I think we were talking about it yesterday. The way furniture used to look in everybody's houses with the pelmets and the pictures above the pelmets, and there'll be one picture of Jesus somewhere. And we didn't put our culture, our own image into our furniture. And I remember we were very intentional in that Big Brother. We said, no, you know what? Let's go and use all the fabrics and brands and do the furniture. And next thing we knew, magazines around Africa were doing editorials about the interiors of Big Brother Nigeria. And the second thing was the music. Big Brother Nigeria was critical in spreading the gospel of Nigerian music. Because what we did is we used it We created the Friday Night Live. We created the live entertainment shows on Sundays. I remember fighting with my South African co-producers. It's like, Obi, there was an email, a very famous email that was sent in 2005 in pre-production when Sony BMG had approved 3 million songs. And you know, when you have 100 people on an email and everybody's going, amazing, wonderful, amazing, wonderful. I waited a whole day. Then I replied, that sounds great, but we're going to be playing 70% Nigerian music. Everybody starts going, oh, I hope the music is good. I said, I don't think you're in a position to determine whether it's good or not. But of course, in 2005, I sound a bit crazy because we didn't have any built artists that were known really outside the country. We had legacy artists, but none of the new guys were really known yet. So we still had to build that. But if I look back and I think about the fact that we did an eviction show, put it on the vault, ran it with Channel O, 180 artists, and all of those artists, Two-Face, P-Square, Mo Hits, D'banj, Wande Cole, they all became household names, right? And they drove the revolution that you are now enjoying today. Because you cannot have Burna Boy without D'banj. You cannot have Davido Wizkid without Nato C. They're all connected. And I mean, I'll tell you a true story. Davido chased Nato for about 6 months to convince him to do a feature on his first single. And Nato didn't want to do it. Because he was looking at Asa like his little nephew, they're not serious. I said, please, I beg, just try. They've been chasing you for almost a year. Eventually, they did the song. The song became a hit. 3 months later, Davido shows up with his first massive hit, Omo Babalawo. And I remember they were playing this record to me at 2 a.m., and I'm looking at them, and I'm like, what are you guys going to do with this? And they're like, we're not sure. I said, go and shoot the video tomorrow. If you have money, go and shoot the video tomorrow, because this one is gone. And they shot the video 2 days later. Clarence Peters, who, of course, ended up being almost the auteur of Nigerian music. And Clarence is another guy who was trained in South Africa. I think MultiChoice was involved in that as well, you know, because you've got to give credit where it's due. Now, all of these people are still here. They're still live. They're still working. So when you don't hear of an artist, don't believe they've given up. They're still working. They're just maybe not at the same level as they were 10 years ago, 15 years ago. The thing about it is that we want to do collaborations. When I listen to what The Bridge is doing, and the back behind me here, please can go to the next slide. This is just a holding slide. The ICE program is the capacity building program of NCAC. And our target is to train 3 million people over the next 2 years, right? But to do that, we can't do that sitting in Abuja. We have 14 offices around the country. If you go to, please go to the next slide. So this is, I'm sure you can see what this is. It's a high-level implementation roadmap, so you understand what we're trying to do. And working with partners, right? Please go, keep going. Keep going. Now, I mean, this is basically it. In this industry, a lot of the people that are working with intuition, not with knowledge. And intuition only takes you so far. You need a bit more knowledge, a little bit more skills to get to a premium level where you get more money for your buck. When John Ube was speaking earlier, Chioma Ode and I were sitting there and I kept saying, John hasn't told them he's from Calabar. Then he eventually did it. Because the point is, any of you sitting here could be in his position in 15, 20 years. That has to be your mentality. Because when he was sitting here in Calabar 20 years ago, or 25 years ago, I'm very sure he never thought he was going to be in media. And this is the biggest media business in West Africa by some distance. So you should be proud that the CEO for the last decade is from this place. And also the fact that Calabar has the carnival, which of course MultiChoice has been supporting for a long time. I've been privileged to produce it twice. And I can tell you, it is the biggest carnival in the world. The real carnival is 2 days, right? This one. Yeah, please, slide. Can I get a slide? Yeah, so, you know, I saw a scary number the other day that by 2030, which is just around the corner, 50% of all people aged 18 in the world will be Nigerian. That's a lot of people, right? I mean, that's a lot. I mean, 50% is a lot. So we are a very young country. People like us are almost expired. We're just still trying to stay relevant, so you guys will listen to us. Please go to the next slide. Now, it's funny, I was listening to Busola's slide, and this is kind of similar. because talking about how do you get to that place, and it's really about the same process. It's just you can approach it different ways, but we have to take that innate knowledge and talent that people have and hone it a little bit more. And the truth of the matter is, in these industries, in media specifically, like the music industry, for example, you can hold 3 jobs at the same time. You can be working as an on-air personality on radio. You can be working as an A&R executive for a record label. You could be working as a scout for a publishing company. And you could still be throwing parties and events in clubs or be a DJ. So these industries are multifaceted. It's not about any one thing. It's about your brain and how clever you are and where you want to fit in. Please go, next slide. I'll leave this presentation with the bridge, but these are stages you have to go through to get to the money. I know everybody in Nigeria is interested in the money. So you have to go through these stages. Stage 1, we have the most gifted people. There's no doubt about it. In the NFL, the National Football League of America, there are 100 Africans playing. 80 are Nigerian. This is the number we see everywhere. If you look at the doctors in America, the black doctors, 80% are Nigerian. Black engineers, 70% are Nigerian. It keeps going like that. So Nigerians have immense capacity. And what we're trying to see is how can we bring this capacity home, deploy it here. Next slide. So this is what we want to try and do in terms of the intervention. Keep going. Keep going. So we say there are 49 sectors in the creative economy. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. I don't want to waste too much time here. Keep going. Well, this is some of the stuff that we look at with ICE. And the reason I'm even showing you this is because when I was sitting here, I said to Ini and to Chioma that NCAC is not in Cross River State, but we have to be in Cross River State. We're in 14 states at the moment, right? And we're going to partner with the bridge, okay? So we're going to partner with the bridge, and we're going to bring the ICE program to Cross River State with a target to train at least 10,000 in 2025. Let's go. So part of the ICE thing, it's not about my agency per se. There's something called the Committee of Vice Chancellors, which oversees Nigeria's 274 universities. Every single one of those universities has a lab on campus that is going to be part of our network. We have 200 locations through the ministry and the agencies. We have 16 locations, and with all those networks, we're going to have about 600 locations physical. But it's also a digital platform where you can do it on your phone, you can do it from home. And I think there are about 100 skill sets. So it's not just about, like somebody, I think Choma said it earlier, if you're a makeup artist, you don't just work because there's a film today or a music video tomorrow. Madame wants to go to some events and she needs makeup. There's a wedding, they need makeup for 20 people. I mean, I know makeup artists that have so much money, it's actually scary. And it's a big, big business, right? Keep going. I should mention Innovation Support Network. So ISN is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria. They have 190 hubs in 31 states. I have to find out if they're in Cross River. I'm sure they are, because I did something with Social Media Week and them in 2022 in Cross River that I spoke at virtually. Keep going. So these are the core facilities that we're trying to put into the hubs, right? In terms of facilities that enable not just the training and the capacity building, but people to walk through the spaces and use those spaces who are in these industries anyway. Because Nigeria has a lack of facilities, Nigeria has a lack of trained people. If MultiChoice produce Nigerian Idol and Big Brother at the same time, there's a shortage of crew in Nigeria. What that means is there's a lot of opportunity for people to be trained up as camera operators, loggers, fixers, crew members. If you become a top quality crew person, you're going to work all the time. Don't be fooled. People are looking for people that have the skills on a daily basis. So you're going to work all the time. Keep going. So this is who we wanted to be available to on the left in terms of the facilities. So local entrepreneurs, startups, media companies, ecosystem players, broadcasters, production companies. And then you leverage relationships for business incubation. Because this whole thing is also about startups. You know, in Nigeria, we like to separate. I don't separate. The digital economy is intrinsic to the creative economy. Everything we're doing now is based on technology. Everything is based on platforms, it's based on the mobile phone, it's based on platforms. But guess what? Without the content, it's irrelevant, right? So you have to get the content, and you have to get the content right, which means it has to be authentic, it has to be original, it has to be a new perspective. If you come and do the Calabar version of, I don't know, any program you like, people are going to tell you, I've seen it before. So don't do that. Do the first version of you. It's like in the music industry, people come up to me till tomorrow, say, boss, I'm the next Wizkid. I'll take you to the Grammys. I'm like, God, Wizkid is Wizkid. Try be the first version of yourself. If you're the first version of yourself, you have a better chance, right? Keep going. So this is what we're trying to do, and this is what it affects. If we can get people to walk through the hubs, and we get all the hubs set up, that's 12 million people walking through these spaces per annum. Now, for me, this is about impact, and we can't actually do it by ourselves, so it's going to be done with collaboration. I know I've been chatting up MultiChoice about supporting us with MultiChoice Talent Factory on this. Anybody I know, I'm chatting them up. We're looking for the resources, we're looking for partners. We're not coming with the arrogance of government, we're coming to partner. Because what we do have is leverage as government, we do have policy control, but the capital, unfortunately, this country has actually been defunding this sector. But there is hope that there's interventions, significant interventions coming in. And I should mention one thing. Please go. Next slide. You can go. Keep going. Keep going. This is too much detail. Keep going. Come back. Come back. Come back. Come back. Okay, so ICE gigs. This is the gig side of the platform. A lot of people are being trained all over Nigeria, but how do they get jobs? How do they work? So we're looking at the gig platform. If I come into a place like Calabar, I should be able to get onto a platform that enables me to find skilled resources at any point in time. So I can find editors, filmmakers, directors, producers, production managers, photographers, event managers, event producers. All of these people are needed every day. And if you're available, if I can't find you, if you're not discoverable, you're cheating yourself. It's not my business to make you discoverable. But with ICE, we're trying to try and make people discoverable because in Nigeria, everybody's relying on their friend to tell them, but who did your hair? Who got your thing? Who's the plumber you're using? We need to have platforms that have referrals that you can trust, and then you can go into these markets because this is a big country. You know, every state is different. The local culture is different, and we need people that know the local culture to do these things. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Yep. I think that's it. Thank you. No questions right now. But just before I finish, what I wanted to say was that, and to leave you with these thoughts, in terms of creativity and the creative economy, just to mirror something that John Ube said earlier, Nigeria has the opportunity to be the global leader. You know, in my first 2 weeks in office, I asked one of the commissioners, I have a group called the Commissioners of Culture of all the states of Nigeria. And I didn't know how many festivals we have in Nigeria. And I asked them to please submit how many festivals there are in each state. And these are traditional cultural festivals. I thought maybe Nigeria has 1,000 festivals, I don't know. 48 Hours, Edo State, who has a very committed and organized ministry, the commissioner submitted a list. I almost passed out because her list said there were 1,400 festivals in Edo State, which was like, wow, just in Edo State. Taraba State announced to us that they have 287 languages, not dialects, in Taraba State. Plateau State said 200 languages, not dialects. And I went back to Wikipedia. Wikipedia was telling me 261 languages. I said, man, we have a problem here because we haven't actually really explored Nigeria. We have not yet translated the culture, and we don't really know ourselves. And that became clear to me just on that first exercise. So we have a project called Origins, which is coming to the public in the next quarter, where we are seeking to aggregate Nigeria's culture from pre-colonial, from the origins of man to the future. Because when we talk culture, a lot of young people here, I don't want you to just think of culture as something for your parents. Pop culture is also part of it, right? It's not just culture as something you see on TV in one boring documentary and you don't understand what they're doing. People have to translate culture to understand why it's relevant. You should be proud of your culture because it is global. And anywhere you go, Nigerians tend to carry their culture with them, which is why they are always easy to identify. With that said and done, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much. One more time. Let's hear it for Obiasika. And he's seated for the panel discussion. After the panel discussion, we're going to take a few questions, right? So you have your questions, write them down so you don't forget. While the conversations was going on, the Chief Whip of the Cross River State House of Assembly walked in. Right Honorable Hilary Besong is also a friend of the house. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Moving straight to the panel discussion, is going to be moderated by Joey Akan, who's somewhere around. I've asked that they bring his attention. They bring this to his attention. I'm sure he's going to be here. But on the panel, alongside Obiasika, we have Ireti Doyle. Let's hear it, let's hear it, let's hear it, let's hear it. Three decades in the Nigerian entertainment industry. Her credits encompass stage, television, film, and print. An accomplished writer, actor, producer, presenter. She's been on several television shows, including Morning Ride, today on STV, The Master this week. Ladies and gentlemen, a whole legend. Put your hands together. We have on this panel Ewon Obasi-Ibom. Earlier on, we were asking if we had TikTokers in the house. We got them? Okay, let's hear it for Ewon Obasi. She's a dynamic, compared digital creator, actor, songwriter. She has different personalities, and it's always beautiful to see. One more time, please put your hands together for Ewon Obasi. And also, we have Otobong Ekpanyong, OTB. OTB holds a Bachelor of Arts in Christian Education, and was one of the 18 African filmmakers that were trained at the Montana State University for documentary filmmaking. And he's a product of Calabar and a product of Afrif. One more time, let's hear it for OTB. And then we have Joey Akan, who's moderating this. Joey, founder of Afrobeats Intelligence. If you haven't received a mail, Joey from AI, then you need to check your cultural list. All right, thank you very much. Joey's going to moderate this session. After that, we'll take some questions and answers.
Okay. Thank you so much. Once again, good afternoon. We're back here. Okay, I see a set of new people that weren't in the original script. And it just makes for a more diverse conversation. Good day. Okay, so let's just go straight into it. Ewon Obasi, hi, good work, amazing work you've done. I just want to find out, for you, what is some of the, digital media, it's something that that's pretty much the ground zero for creativity now, as both a creative tool and a broadcast tool. So for you, you've achieved success, and you continue to achieve amazing success in that field. So the question here for you is, what are the trends you're seeing right now so far? When you started and now? What has changed so far in the game, and how do you think young people can react to it?
Okay, so I'd like to say good evening, everybody, first of all. To answer to that, my journey isn't as far as my mama's own. It's just, I started 2020. That was when we had the lockdown. And from that time till now, I see people do the same thing, right? Dancing, to singing, to basically just creating content on the internet. For me, my focus was to talk about things because I love to talk. It's like when they were talking, the doctor was talking about practicing what you wanted to study. I'm an example. In fact, if she had asked me, the whole hall would be laughing because they're different things entirely. And I'd like to say that the trends, we're still doing the same thing. And Mr. Obi said something about a program for Origin, something like that. If we can try doing something else aside just talking about what's happening, aside dancing, aside singing, I think that it would really help us expand, not just talking, doing something else, exploring Nigeria, not just in Lagos, in Abuja. There are places to explore. There are things to do on the internet. That's just it.
Okay, thank you. Ireti, amazing work.
Thank you.
Amazing work, amazing legacy work. For you, and I'll ask the same question, because a lot of things change. The space, the creative space lives on change. Dynamism is the currency that we sell all the time. And for you, you have done this across multiple eras. Before this happened, and now that it's happening, you're at the fore of it. So what has changed in that time? How people how the access into the space works? What does it mean to stand out now? And when you think of opportunities, where do you find them for the emerging talents?
Okay, let me start with the first question. What has changed? And I'll point out the positives. The majority of the people in this hall are young, so you might not know that there was a time in Nollywood where a group of people sat down in some part of Nigeria and they determined who will, quote unquote, blow. Do you understand what that means? There were gatekeepers. Today, you operate at in a time of opportunity because the internet has bypassed the gatekeepers. That's one. Two, I have it written down here.
Okay.
There is no cap on creativity. A few years ago, there was a group of people somewhere who would decide, oh, you've got talent. Oh, that's not talent. No. Today, there is no cap on creativity. Nobody can determine what will go viral. So the young man who was studying something in biology, if I heard correctly, and you were asking what the connectivity was between what you do and creative economy, there is a young man on social media called Aproko Doctor. Yes. He's a medical doctor. Namibi actor. Across all social media apps, he has more followers than I do. He has found a way to connect medicine to entertainment. He is serving a dual purpose. He's entertaining and educating at the same time. Content is created for different reasons: to educate, to entertain, to inform. Your job is to find out how you can use the talent that you have to educate, entertain, or inform. There was a third point that I wrote down, some of the changes. Yeah, no cap on creativity, you bypass the gatekeeper. Everything is dependent on your talent and the time you're willing to put into it. Second question, remind me again.
Yeah, the second question is what does excellence mean now in acting?
All right, I've pointed out the positives. Let me now point out a number one negative. Because there are no because gatekeeping has been diminished, we erroneously assume that there are no rules and regulations, that there are no checks and balances. So you find people coming into the space unprepared. You think you can just wing it. You cannot. If she does it and makes it look effortless, that is as a result of the hours and hours and hours of practice that she's put into her craft behind the scenes. She won't show you that. She won't show you all the hours where she stood in front of the mirror practicing these characters that she has created. All you see is the finished product. I find too many people coming into this space unprepared. I find actors who claim they have waited and prayed to get a role, finally get that role, and you arrive on set unprepared. Who does that? So that's the downside. What does it mean to stand out in today's world, considering how short people's attention spans are, and the fact that there's so much being thrown at them? Is your originality. I don't think there's anything new under the sun. What will be different is the authenticity that you bring to bear on your craft. People will tell you that you have to post every day for you to gain followership. No, I don't do that. I can't live my life like that. And you find out that the people who do consume your work will know your flavor. They will understand your authenticity. And that will keep them coming again and again and again, whether you post every day or once a week. Was there a third arm to that?
Yes, I think that. Okay. I like the most interesting. Why I like this panel the most is I like all my panels, but this one's different because I'm seeing notebooks now. Yes, you came prepared. Okay, Otobong. How's your end?
I'm good.
Oh, good. Okay. You're the production guy. You're the production genius. And a lot of people here, so when people think of production, they think of cameras, they think of maybe sound. They think of camera, they think of sound, they think of storytelling, using all the technical tools. But for you, do you think the production industry is as accessible as it should be for young people? And what can change?
So the question is, good evening, everybody. It's evening already. Good afternoon. So the question again is, are the content produced today accessible to young people? Is that the question?
No, the question is, do you think the production industry, how accessible it is to young people?
Creative to access?
Yes.
Yes and no. And this is the spot you're putting me in, Joey.
Let's go.
Because, I mean, let me leverage on what Tirechi said. Now, it is critical, I mean, the point she made, that because, if I may phrase it that way, the democratization of influence, right? No gatekeepers. Anybody that has a cell phone is a cinematographer. I laugh about it because everybody's a director now. That's why I never introduce myself as a director or a cinematographer. I'll tell you I'm a storyteller, and then let's continue from that. But you see, because that is democratized, and also what else has changed lately is the focus on short-form content, right? Because of the attention span, and we can speak a lot about that. But that also makes, you know, the way we think about creativity different, right? So before you would think that the institution, the gatekeepers would say, okay, how do you think about creativity? An expert has to be contributing, I'm answering your question, has to be contributing consistently in a domain to a point that you're called an expert, a master. And then there's this social sphere, there's a field, Guild of Cinematographers, the Census Board, that decides who is creative or who is an expert. Now, technology, the internet changed all of that. So in that sense, it's not open for all emerging filmmakers, right? But if you go back to the fact that your passion, you know, your uniqueness, your creativity, and the leverage on internet makes it easy for anybody to bypass all of these gates and go viral, then that's why I say yes and no, if that makes any sense.
Okay, but just to wrap that up for you, what can happen? What do you think is the way forward?
I think the way forward is, and we've talked about it all the while, is more platforms. I mean, there's a lot, we've talked about it all day, right? And it's a layered, you know, conversation. But if more opportunities are created by way of trainings, more collaborations that brings the funding, more mentorship, all of that happens, then I think it will be better for people to come in, and then there are people hand-holding them. I'm sitting here because, I mean, we've talked about it. I got opportunities that help. I mean, you're saying all of that. So I think if more of that is happening, and then people are proving themselves by way of putting in your 1,000 hours, and then your hard work, and then you distinguish yourself by reason of placing your authenticity in the place that you can monetize. It's a layered conversation, actually, but there's a lot that has to be done for things to work the way we envision it.
Okay, Ireti has something to say.
You asked how things have changed. It would be erroneous of me if I didn't point out that one of the things that has improved the industry is the emergence of corporate support and strong support systems in this industry. And I'm speaking about organizations like Africa Magic MultiChoice. The term working actor is an aberration. It is guaranteed, and it has nothing to do with being an actor in Nigeria. It is, go and Google it. It is guaranteed. I will break it down to you in the masterclass tomorrow. It is guaranteed that if you choose to be a professional actor, you're going to spend a large percentage of your working life not acting. It's just plain common sense. You're not going to be the flavor of the month. I cannot be cast in every single production. So what corporate entities like MultiChoice have done is that they've created an ecosystem whereby actors can work, not just actors, crew members, everybody involved in production from start to finish can work in an environment that is sustainable. I mean, Tinsel has been on for 15 years. And Tinsel has given birth to so many other productions. Just multiply, do you know how many people it requires to make one show? And then you have multiple productions running simultaneously. You can imagine what that does for the industry. I mean, you're able to work in an environment that gives you freedom of expression where you can grow. You're not in survival mode, you know, you can do so. That has changed, and the support that we get from organizations such as MultiChoice has greatly improved the way the business runs today.
Amazing, amazing. So, Obi, I know you now. I'm pretty much reintroducing myself to you with the government behind you. But I've known you for a while, and we've worked together across a number of things. And you know, you've helped a lot. You've helped a lot of creatives find themselves self-actualized. I listened to your speech here today, and something that struck me was when you said it's not your problem to worry about discoverability for talent.
Context.
Yeah, with context, of course. As I'm not speaking to the government. Okay. For you, how important is personal responsibility as a creative? How important is it to be the best you can be and putting in that work? You've coached a lot of artists. What have you seen? What are the pitfalls you've seen, and how can they be remedied on a personal level?
Tough question. Joey. First things first, let me just clarify the comments I made, because it could be taken out of context. Because actually, as I was telling you yesterday, the council will, sometime in the next 6 weeks or so, look to publish an official roadmap for the Nigerian music industry. which is very important because we have never had one. The Nigerian music industry has operated by itself, but we are working with all the leaders of the industry, from the labels, the publishers, the platforms, to get to an agreed roadmap. We'll have a round table, and we're also inviting broadcasters and advertisers and DSPs, publishers, because to the fans, they just see the artist. But there's a lot more than the artist involved to build the ecosystem. And discovery is a key issue, because I'm sure you know, on a daily basis, I believe there's over 100 new artists every day in Nigeria loading up a song. That means something like 3,000 to 5,000 unknown artists coming out every year with no platform, no support. So part of the roadmap is to create a discovery platform, working with all these people to see how we can put some resources nationally to grow that ecosystem. So discovery is my problem, but what I meant was in the sense that for those who have trained themselves up with skills, you can't now expect me to now start trying to market your skills for you as well. So that one is you have to promote yourself. But
personal responsibility.
Yeah, exactly. I was coming back to that. I just wanted to clarify. I mean, personal responsibility and the issue around talent, specific to even if the music industry or Nollywood or anything, it comes down to values. It's fundamentally about values. So if the person you're dealing with does not have any values or integrity, you better not sign him, because he will mess up. It is as simple as that. And what tends to happen is, many, many times, I'm not going to name any names, but there's literally no artist in Nigeria you can imagine that I didn't have the opportunity to sign. And many of them, I just looked at the situation, I thought, you know what, let me push them, let me help them, let me do this, let me do that. I don't need to sign you to help you. And in your journey, you will find out that I've seen over the years that I was right almost every single time. I think for anybody who is a creative, who's actually the artist, they need to understand that the most important thing they have is their reputation. And I'm not talking about their reputation to the fans. I'm talking about their reputation in the workplace. If you're working on a set, on Tinsel or something, and I'm not going to use the word, you're just a waste of space, you're making time difficult for production, season 2, they're not going to call you back. They're going to kill your character. Because at the end of the day, you're wasting everybody's time. If you're a music artist and you're taking up all the oxygen in the room because you feel you're the superstar and the other people are not relevant, after 6 months, 12 months, somebody's going to get tired and let you go. So for me, historically, the Nigerian artist, and I'm going to say this, who is a superstar, who has always been, and I'm sure you'll agree when I say it, he has the best, I don't know how to put it, but he's the most humble. He's loved, truly, by all the artists. It's Two-Face, right? I mean, you see everybody's a superstar. Two-Face walks into the room, the artists get up to meet him. There's a difference, right? Because his personality and his reputation is such that he's giving love all the time. So my advice to anybody who's trying to break as an artist, as a producer, anything you're trying to do, your values and your integrity are critical, because that's what it will be announcing you before you arrive. You know, before you get to Tinsel or before you get to meet her or meet the producer, they'll have heard of your reputation. And if you're difficult to work with, anybody can decide that, you know what, life is tough enough. Let me stay in my lane, and you, good luck with what you're doing.
Amazing. Because we see a lot of that in the game. We know artists on the front end, they have all the influence, they have all of the impact. But on the back end, things are drying up, and they're like, where is this artist? When you dig deep?
It's not easy, right? I mean, and the problem is, I'm sure you know that every single creative person is highly insecure.
True.
And it's not something that people understand. Okay, you're not. It seems like, no, I'm not bothered. But I think it depends, maybe it's generational. But if you were hot for 6 years, and then suddenly, in the 7th year, nobody cares, nobody's even paying attention, it's tough. It's like people who are in, I mean, His Excellency is here. I'm sure you'll tell you. People who leave government offices, every day you have 75 people with you, one day you're by yourself. It's not easy. It's not everybody that adjusts and is normal after they have been through such processes. And when you see the people that are normal, it's because they were normal when they went in and they had their own integrity. But when they change, it is, because now they believe they are God, but suddenly you now have to deal with mortality again. So artists have the same problem, right? And I understand it. We try to manage it, but it's not easy.
Okay, thank you. So let's get a bit more practical here. This is for Ewongo and Otabasi. So something you mentioned when you answered the last question, and you said it was a layered conversation, was this pivot to short form content. Everyone's screaming now that we have the attention span of a seal. Did I pass? Yes, yeah. We have that option paralysis also. But short form versus long form, and this is for the storytellers over there. Short form versus long form, what do you think? When you think of all this creatives saying, hey, let me pattern my creativity towards, let me express myself. Short form, long form, what is it for you and what works? The both of you.
So maybe I'm a little biased because I guess I started, and I advise for everybody, if you want to go into film and TV, please start with shorts. So I think I kind of fell in love with shorts, because, and that's not because it's easy. That's not because it's easy. Actually, more difficult to arc a story that is shorter than it's longer. But when you put so many things together, especially monetization, and let me just stay there. We're having this conversation yesterday with Victor, and I'm saying, why should I put 25 million naira in a film when I can take maybe 5 of that and give it to a Victor Edem to do a skit and put it on a platform, and there are assumptions, put it on a platform that is monetized and has the influence, and it can make like 4 times that in 6 weeks, and I get my ROI and everybody's happy and I move on to the next one, monetization. So on that context, shorts, right? But you may look at other, indices and you think long form. So it's different for many people. But I think personally, I have a bias for shorts because when you're dealing with like social issues, which people don't want to hear your social issues, it can be boring. It's easier to deal with them with shorts, and move on to the next one. So that's what I'll say.
I also think for me, it's both short form to long form content. But it's easier to go very viral and really notice with the short form content. And also it depends on your kind of person. Can you keep your audience interested? Now we have podcasts that are like really long, talking about whatever thing they want to talk about, whatever thing that young people or older people can relate with. So for me, just both. But the easiest would be short form content and the idea that you have around it.
Okay, amazing. And this is, since you're still with the mic, this is a follow-up for you. So we think of platforms, when we think of platforms and how much content creation works now, digital media has carried everything. So standing out is usually the problem, because even here, outside, I'm holding informal court outside with a number of people, and they're like, we do all of those great things. We have our unique skill sets, and we put in this work, but somehow nobody sees us, no matter how much we try. And this is for everybody else. What does standing out mean? And in an age where we're inundated with content every day, how do you stand out?
Okay, I did something different for me. I started making content and infusing my accent. I'm from Akwa Ibom State. I started doing something and infusing my accent to it because I've seen people, actors, musicians who do stuff, right? They create content and then they try to mimic the Akwa Ibom accent. They don't do it right. I can actually mention one person who does the accent right, and it is Ime Bishop. He does it right. And I wanted to do something like that to let people know that, hello, we exist, and I think you would like what I'm bringing to the table. And I worked on personal branding. Someone said something to me the other time and said, there are things you still need to do when it comes to like branding myself. Now, the things I did was physically. He said, for me, I feel like you are, like you wear suit in a club. He was trying to make an illustration because there were things I needed to do, background, maybe tech, put out my portfolio, a link, you know, all that other stuff. So I focused on personal branding, and I had my audience. I know my audience. It's not just Akwa Ibom people. It's not just Akwa Ibom people. We have foreign people too, because my strength lies in switching. When you find your strength, work with it. So what makes me stand out is my strength, which is switches. Happy, sad, Akwa Ibom accent, English, anything. The Yoruba accent, the Igbo accent, just something that helps me stand out there. So, yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. Do you do all the accents?
No, I don't do all the accents.
I'd love to hear them. You know what I'm saying? I think.
There you go.
You can't be shy. The creator, man.
Okay. Round of applause, please. Okay. So, when Obi was speaking, you ready? This is. Okay. Yes, the accent.
I thought it was going to come after. Like, let's just close the session and we close it. Everybody will go.
Small Lagos.
Okay, I'm going to read something from here, then switch. The future of Nigeria's creative economy isn't just about individual success stories. It's about building an ecosystem where every young Nigerian with a dream has the tools, the knowledge, and support to turn that dream into reality. Now I'm going to do my accent, Akwa Ibom accent. The future of Nigeria creative economy isn't just about individual success story. It's about building, wait a minute. It's about building an ecosystem where every young Nigerian with a dream has the tool, the knowledge, something like support, to turn that dream into reality.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Obi, you're satisfied now?
Yeah, no, because what I was thinking when she was talking and she started talking about the accents, the TV guys are here. I haven't seen a one-woman show on Nigerian television. Yeah?
Yeah.
Because one of the things about these platforms is as well as she's doing on her platforms, the real place is TV. I think you should be working on a TV show, as a one-woman show.
Amazing. Thank you. So, Ireti, Obi was talking about he sort of traversed into the mental aspect of creativity. And you've done it over and over again, and you continue to do it. And I'm wondering, a lot of people, you talk to a lot of creatives, and you find a strain, you find a problem. And that problem is sometimes it shows up as imposter syndrome. Sometimes it shows up as cynicism from, being battered by the game and, trying to make stuff stick. For you, how do you, or rather, if you could help me teach them, how to ground yourself, especially in an industry where the world threatens to take your peace?
with the utmost humility, yeah, if I was a primary school teacher today, I would apply the same level of dedication. I see my craft as a job. Somebody or a group of people are paying me very well to do a job. That is what it is, first and foremost. You see the fame, every other thing, that is an add-on. So if you have that mindset that I am going to work today, it just so happens that people applaud me while I do it. It keeps you grounded. That's one. Don't smoke your own oxygen, for crying out loud. Don't do that. Do you understand? And it doesn't matter how many years you do this for. It doesn't matter how popular or highly sought after you become. Always remember what got you there to begin with. Something elevated you to that position. And it was your work ethic, your integrity, your ability to deliver over and over and over again. Just put it out your back. I owe people, not just the people who are paying me to perform, but also to the audience who spend time and money to consume my art. If you approach it like that, your head will be calm, small. Small. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. But no, and?
And? Okay.
And there's a part of it I like to think of, because we see, yes, it's a job. Yes, you have to keep your head straight and narrow to be able to deliver. But then, we can't deny that we're humans, and sometimes when you're successful, or when you have tasted success on any level, there's this tendency to grow an outsized ego.
We all have egos. So let me.
Outsized.
Outsized, small size, pea size. I have not seen a performer who doesn't have an ego. The difference is some people manage theirs better than others. I think you need to surround yourself with a few good people who remind you of who you are. For me, my kids, I always, there's this story of how we performed at the Muson Center to a standing ovation, yeah. And I get home and my 10-year-old is waiting for me with her friends, like, Mommy, we're hungry. And you go from a standing ovation in Muson to go fry dodo in the kitchen at 11 p.m. That's reality. You must remember that it's not just about you. Do you understand? And the higher you climb, the higher the stakes. Because now there's so many people that rely on you. There's so many people. This term is usually used derogatory, but I mean this in a positive sense. That are riding on your coattails. So if you fumble the bag for everybody else on that team. And nobody wants that. Very few people can afford that at this time. So you need to keep your ego in check. Yeah? You need to keep your ego in check. It will get huge once in a while, but, remind yourself that it's a job. And so many other people are counting on you to do your job well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Obi, yes, you had something to say when regarding ego. You've worked with artists and creatives. Ego continues to be a very strong part of why things succeed and also why they fail. So a lot of people are yet to take, young people are seeking success in a field where the world tells you you're a god. For you, all these years working with the biggest egos and the smallest ones, what have you learned, and how can they be impacted by that?
I mean, I think the thing is this, is that I was just telling her that I was suggesting somebody that she needs to talk to. Ego is not just in entertainment. It's in politics, as we see in Nigeria. It's in a lot of spaces in Nigeria where there's only one chief and the chief is never wrong. So because you hold a particular position, nobody will ever tell you you're wrong. And that's a problem in our culture. But speaking about young people who want to work in the creative industries, entertainment industries, the star system is really driving a lot of stuff now. maybe more than ever before because of the power of social media. So whether you're like a Davido that literally has like 50 million followers, that's a digital nation. I mean, 50 million is a lot of people. Ronaldo has 700 million. I mean, these things are, the man coughs, the brand value changes, right? And artists are very intelligent now. They know their value. So really comes down to management. It comes down to management. Somebody has to be with the artist that is managing them, that is trying to put the filters in place so that they can understand that they only hurt themselves when they let the ego get out of hand, right? Because ego is something that everybody has. And the truth of the matter is, you want your superstar to have ego. He needs to have it. She needs to have it. For her to be a legitimate superstar, she needs to come out with attitude. But she also needs to know when to park the attitude. You can give the attitude to the audience, you can give it to the press, you can't give it to me. You can't give it to your team. And that, I think, is the difference. So the most successful people for the longest period of time that I have seen in Nigeria and globally, when you meet them one-on-one, they are humble, they are chilled, they don't give any attitude. They may be billionaires, actually, but they're not giving anybody any stress. But you will now meet somebody that just had one record, one viral hit record, and suddenly he's the king of the world, and he will not listen to anybody. But those people tend not to have long careers. And that's where the ego swallows you up. And then the audience is no longer interested because they cannot connect with you. So ego is a big problem for Africans and black people. The big man syndrome, it's part of our culture that we need to manage. And for younger people, it is not going to help you if you push your ego in front of yourself. It might kill your opportunity.
Thank you. Okay. Amazing. I know the ego part really connects creatives. So this is the time when I open this up to you guys, the audience. So if you have questions, I'm taking 2 questions, and as usual, the rule remains the same. Name and question. Once again, name and question. No appreciation, nothing. We've clapped for them enough. Just name and question. So I'll take one from this section and one from the other one. Okay. The lady over there with your hand up, that's one.
What's she wearing?
She's already up.
Okay.
Over there.
The one with black? Okay.
Yes.
All right, so that's your microphone.
Yeah, and then the handsome man over there with the amazing hat.
With the hat? Yes. Okay, so that's your microphone. All right, as you go closer to your microphone, just to let you know, if you have this brochure with you, the last page is the evaluation form. You have the evaluation form on the last page, right? It's very easy to fill. It won't take up to 2-3 minutes. 2 minutes and you're done, all right? So please just fill the evaluation form and we'll have some volunteers come through and get them from you. If you have the brochure with you, the last page, the evaluation page, all right? Let's do it. Okay, Joey.
Okay. Over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
My name is Leura Oba. I'm a teacher. My question is coming from the angle of education. I want to ask, how can the education system in Nigeria be improved to better prepare young people from the primary, secondary level for careers in the creative industries? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a good question, and it's something that we're looking at very seriously. As I mentioned earlier, we've been talking with the Committee of Vice Chancellors, and from there we're talking with the people that drive curriculum for Nigerian universities. But I think, like you said, it has to come down to the tertiary level and even down to primary school, because school is where you learn everything the first time, whether it's the school play, whether it's the school song, whatever it is that's happening, that is where it starts. And I think in Nigerian schools, we need to put this stuff front and center because this is an incredible national asset that we have, and we've been taking it for granted for far too long. So certainly, in terms of what we are doing with ICE, we're working with some of the biggest educational platforms that are digital in terms of skills and services. And in the last quarter of this year, we hope to be live, and you'll begin to be able to access that. And there are tools for teachers and trainers as well. Because if I think about it, the curriculum in Nigerian universities really has to be expanded. My institution has a mandate for educational institutions, and part of talking to the Committee of Vice Chancellors is about setting up certain things like a National Academy of Recorded Music, a National Academy of Performing Arts, a National Academy of Dance, of Theater. Because right now, I don't know if I'm right, but maybe 70 to 60% more of theater arts graduates are what goes into Nollywood. You don't necessarily have film schools in the real sense in our universities. So we have a big gap in the educational side of the creative industries, and it has to be handled in several ways. Short courses, longer courses, full degrees, performing arts academies. You need a full ecosystem. But most importantly, you need to start young. 6, 7, 8 years old is a great time to begin to infuse creativity into the educational curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 2, please.
All right. My name is Emmanuel Bisong, a Boki man with an African Bakara kind of swagger, yeah? All right, cool. 2 quick questions. Okay, first of all, how do you manage your collaborations with government when your content is promoting the image of the state, but at the same time, you don't want to lose your ideas or your content to the government? Or have you been politicized or even possibly hijacked? Then second question, quick one. So I have a team that I'm working with, working on the project, a documentary series actually, that promotes Cross River. I love Cross River. All right. So how do you manage and assign roles in the project you came up with, which specifically documentary actually, where it will require one primary person before the camera, but at the same time, those who've spoken to actually would want to be before the camera. This goes across other projects anyway, but then how do you manage that dynamic? Yeah.
I was going to probably have Otto talk to you about the documentary side.
Yes, I think we should talk.
Okay.
Because it will take forever.
Exactly.
Yeah, so if you would join the masterclass.
Probably offline, off stage, he can answer that for you. The first question about government is there is law and there's a way and manner in which you can collaborate. I think that in reality, government is not really set up to steal your content or appropriate it, but you do have to be careful because a lot of people are not educated about IP. So you might just wake up and see your content on Cross River Television and they think they're doing you a favor. Meanwhile, you think you violated my work. Do you understand? So the comprehension of what IP is, how it should be utilized, is not something that is like this, with a lot of the people who are actually running broadcast platforms, TV platforms, and online platforms. Every day, coming from the music industry, I'll tell you for free, my friends at Nollywood are here, but they jacked our music non-stop for 20 years. They didn't ask us, they didn't pay us, they just used the music. You just wake up and you see your music in a film, you're like, how did that happen? And they think you're doing you a favor. So you're not doing me a favor. We own it, we created it, you have to pay a licensing fee, and that's just the way it is. So it's about also reading up on your own rights. There's a free website, taxi.com. It has a lot of legal information there on anything to do with production, especially on the music side, but there are sites like that for film and television as well. I hope that helps.
All right. Thank you so much. Thanks to the amazing panelists. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together once again. Joey Akan. Let's do a quick picture. Joey Akan, Obi Asika, Ereti Doyle, Ewong Obasi Bom, Otobong Ekpanyong, OTB. I think we need to send correspondence to our sister hall. We're ready. Thank you very much, Obi. Thank you, Reti. Thank you, Joey. Thank you, Ewon Obasi. Thank you, OTB. if you have this brochure and you haven't filled the evaluation form, it's just reminding you to do so real quick. Just go to the last page and ensure that you fill the evaluation form. There are volunteers around and they will get it from you. It will help us plan better, for the next career day and other events that the foundation is planning. In a few minutes, hopefully in a few seconds, we'll have our friends from the other hall get in here. So Ini can do a summary of what's basically gone down, in the two halls, just so no one would miss anything. But yeah, if you have data, if you don't have internet, feel free, put the hashtag somewhere, your notepad, because it'll be important to use it later on. Hashtag CDC 2024, hashtag TBLF. That's basically what it is, and it's important that you have those pictures and those correspondence. Put them down, yeah. All right. Did we have a good time with the discussions? Why is the yes light? What's going on? Who are the people that did not have fun? Let me see your hands. Why didn't you? Okay. You're trying to submit your evaluation forms. Okay, it's not like you didn't have fun. I'm sure that we all had fun and we're all learning something. We have the master class tomorrow. How many of us have registered for the master class? If you've registered for the master class, let me see your hands up. The different areas of focus is film production, there's visual storytelling and photography, digital content creation and strategy, script and screenwriting, acting, and of course, creative venture fundraising. It's also important to know that we're going to take that pitch right after the event. I'll let you know how we will go about it, but I just feel like if you're serious with stories, then you probably have one or two synopses on your notepad or on your phone. So it should be easy to pull them out at any time, Right? Do we have some people that have their synopsis stories on their notepads? Oh, I see some hands up. Nice. It's always important to be ready because, you never know when the opportunity will present itself. And when opportunity meets preparedness, you know that there's success. So I'll let you know how you go about that in a bit while we work on correspondence. Before we take that summary, I need everyone to be in one hall. So if you guys give me a bit, I will be back. Let's check out what's going on with our friends in the other hall. Can we please get seated? Do we have Hall 2 in the building? Hall 2, make some noise. Okay, our friends are back here. Hall 1, make some noise. People are doing home advantage. It's okay. All right, because I know that some people, would wish that they could divide themselves, stay in Hall 1 and Hall 2. We're just going to have Mrs. Ini Abimbola help us with a quick summary of what was said in the other hall and this hall so everyone can have an idea. Please put your hands together for our trustee, Mrs. Ini Abimbola. I should just do this quickly.
Okay, so very quickly, this is really to help. We weren't recording here and in the other hall. So for those of you that were in this hall and you didn't know some of the things that were, the conversations that were had over there, and vice versa. So for this room, we're talking about capacity building, and of course a bit of, what that means in terms of co-creation and cluster building. And Obi spoke on the work that his agency does, and a key part of their plan is the Innovation, Creativity, Entrepreneurship Program, which he has graciously said he's going to collaborate with the foundation, and the idea is to train 10,000 people in 2025. So for Cross River State, the Bridge Leadership Foundation is going to be the hub. We're going to be their partner. So you see some of the opportunities that are coming. Also the panel, I just picked a few things that you need to know that the panel spoke on. There is no cap on talent anymore. So there are no persons, who are acting as gatekeepers, stopping your talent from showing. You have the opportunity, you need to be able to use it. You need also to understand the sector. So you cannot want to be in the creative sector and not understand all the different aspects of the sector. So don't be lazy, try and read up, try and understand whichever part of the sector you are interested in, try and learn to understand that sector. Build your capacity. So talent is not enough. You need to build capacity. You need to learn. You need to be trained to understand some of these things. And again, it was repeated, go and learn. So take the time to learn. Go and learn things because things are changing very fast. So whatever you think is happening this week, by next week, on the next 2 weeks, things are changing, especially with the digital economy. You can have talent, but you also need to learn to market your talent. So like Obi said, yes, you have talent, I'm going to promote you, but I'm also not going to start selling your talent for you. So don't just think that because you have talent, everybody should start jumping up and down and, try be the one to do the work for you. You still need to be able to learn how to market your talent. And then finally here, it said, learn to manage your ego. Many of you produce one film, everybody, or maybe you do one skit. Everybody likes it. You have 10,000 people like it. You think you have blown. You have not blown, you are just blown. Just try and make sure that you manage your ego. And then manage, the big man syndrome in Nigeria. Many of us are already learning it. So even when you just become manager of one small place, you too want to lord it over everybody. No, you must continue to manage your ego. And understand that learning is a continuous process. So that was what was from Hall 1. For Hall 2, I didn't join them from the beginning, but then it was on collaborations, understanding collaborations, and I understand that it was really broken down, it was really explained what it means to collaborate within this space. But some of the things that I picked up here was, be extremely good at what you do. So it's not enough to have talent again. You also need to be able to be extremely good at what you do. You need to go the extra mile of learning to be better every single day. Be willing to stay humble and learn. So again, you see that in both halls, practically almost the same thing. Be willing to stay humble and learn. So Adam Victor was sharing how, because he was running away from washing plates at home, that's why he was going up and down, trying to learn video and all of that. But at the end of the day, even though he was good at what he was doing, he still had to stay with Aki Alabi Films for about 2 years. Because not only was he good, but he also had to keep learning. Be willing to do the work. So quality and consistency. So don't think that your best job yesterday might not be your best job tomorrow. You need to keep upgrading. You need to keep doing better. You need to do a lot of research. If you don't do research, keep learning. And that's about learning. You know, knowledge gathering every single day. If you're not learning, you're going to keep repeating the things you've done or the things that other people are doing. And then on collaboration, so the 3 people that spoke in Hall 2 actually spoke on photography, content creation, and writing. And one of the key things that I picked up there was that collaboration is key. So you do not need to write, produce, market, sell, dance, sing. You can collaborate because you definitely are not good at all of those things. So if you're good at writing, try and collaborate with someone that can help you to produce it. Try and collaborate with people that can help you to market it. I hope I helped, huh? Was that okay? Thank you. Okay, so we're just going to go straight into the next thing on our program this evening. And it's presentation of plaques, and then we'll have our photographs with our speakers who have been kind enough to sit with us. Thank you so much. We know it's past lunchtime. So today we have an award, a special award that we want to present to somebody. And this particular award is really also very dear to my heart because for people who know me and are very close to me over the years, they know I'm a no-nonsense person, and I have no apologies with that. Having spent at least some good number of years, let me not say my age, I'm still under 40. Why are you all laughing? But I have learned that, and so let me just give you a line. I say this all the time. I'm the daughter of a roadside watch repairer. Nobody gave me anything. Nobody in my father's family or mother's family was wealthy in any form. So I didn't have uncles and aunties to go to. Whatever you read on my profile, because when people read my profile, they can't relate it. It's nothing but what Obi, was it Obi or no, it was John Ugwe that kept saying it, was nothing but hard work. I know the young people today don't like to hear that word, hard work. You hear work smart, smart work, all of that, which is good. AI, robotics, we're in the digital economy. But there's nothing that replaces hard work. The willingness to get down dirty without selling your conscience. And I think that there are very few people in Nigeria today that we can actually point to as role models without shaking in our boots. You point the person as role model. Tomorrow when they dig, because it's just 10 minutes on Twitter, they will dig up your life. How many of you are on Twitter? I always tell you, especially those of us that are above 50, if you are not if you know you can't cope, don't go and write nonsense on Twitter. They will finish you. So there are very few people in Nigeria today. And I say this without any fear of favor. I have had the privilege to work with a lot of people, politicians, C-suite executives, top people in government. I've had the privilege to be at the Federal House of Reps for at least 1 year. And I have learned a lot. There are few people, I say it again, that we can say without any shadow of doubt, they're truly role models. Not only do they respect themselves and their office, they respect people. The very distinguished Senator Leo Imoke. We have a plaque of appreciation for not just founding the foundation, but also for the support, for like the team at TBLF said, you are the de facto executive director of the foundation. The work, the commitment, the time. You know, I asked you something when we were sitting there. When you hear these testimonies, how do you truly feel? I'm not sure that July 10, 2011, when we launched this foundation, that you saw the foundation in 13 years. But it's been 13 years, and the structure is still standing. The foundation can do without you even coming near it. And that's what legacy is all about. So this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you please celebrate this man with us as we say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please celebrate him, celebrate him. You know, when he was governor, they used to say he was Mr. Slow, Abi? Is that not what they used to call him? And my father would say it's better to be slow than to be a thief. Is that not so? Echi, today, we just want to say thank you. This is just to say thank you for all that you've done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Please be seated. Thank you. Wow. This is my staff. I told my staff that we must give out an award to someone today, and that they should meet and decide on who that awardee would be. And I insisted on it. In fact, I harassed them a few days ago and said, this award must be given. And they were just looking at me, and I was like, I hope it's being done, because I don't interfere with the selection process or who gets the award and so on. So when he came up and started speaking, I got a bit suspicious. And, you know, it really took me by surprise, because I'm usually the one giving out the awards. I'm hardly ever the recipient. So again, I want to express my appreciation to the team at the Bridge Foundation, to all of you young people, because without you, there'd be no foundation and there'll be nothing to give. So again, I just want to say a big thank you for this award. I will keep it, I will treasure it. And I do hope that the foundation will still be here another 13 years from now, growing bigger and bigger and doing more and more work. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Please, we need you back. Your assignment is not complete. Someone's coming to get the award from you, and we need you back so we can do the other presentations. All right? First off, we have Mr. John Ugbe, Chief Executive Officer of MultiChoice West Africa. The next person is Choma Ude, founder, Africa International Film Festival. Next is Ireti Doyle. Next is Wangi Mba Uzoku. Please celebrate Wangi. Obi Asika. Thank you very much, Obi. Dr. Busola Tejumola. Bayo Omoboyewo. Adam Victor. Thank you very much. Otobon Ekwayon. Thank you very much. Joey Akan. Thank you. Sandra Ayahu. Here. All right, Ewa Obasibom. All right, let's take Sandra. Sandra Ayahu. Ewa Obasibom. Quinesta Ekom. Eric Okierefo. Eric is going to be teaching at the master class tomorrow. Let's celebrate Eric. And to celebrate our sponsors, we have Northwest Petroleum and Gas Limited. Many thanks to Northwest Petroleum and Gas Company, our sponsors. Many thanks to Levine Energy Group. Many thanks to News. Many thanks to Mainland Oil and Gas Company Limited. And our media partner, Hit FM. Janice Cobham. And Duke Emmanuel. Just a little longer.
This is a vote of thanks. But before the vote of thanks, I just want I know we're pressed for time, I just want to appeal to all our speakers to please join us here for a photograph. Please. Can we have our rep from Northwest? I just want to say a big thank you to everyone, all the young people, all our speakers, everyone that has come to make this a great success. But more importantly, and for now, I'd appreciate it. You guys, please sit down, because there's a team that puts this whole thing together. And every time I have Career Day, I must recognize that team. If you look at the brochure that you have, it has my staff in it. And you'll see it on one of the pages. And it's a team that is far more hardworking than its size. And they've delivered consistently. And they are my bosses. And they know it. So I would like first to invite Funola, Janet, the boss of bosses, to, when he was telling her about this boss, she didn't quite describe her, but I give her credit for keeping us in check, keeping our purse tight, and making sure that we survive as a foundation. They have sleepless nights, not just for this Career Day event, but for all our other events. Of course, the rest of the team, Rosemond. Where's Victoria? Kede? Martha? Where are the men? No, this is very gender friendly, so there are a few men in the organization, not just me. Felix, where are you? I haven't seen Felix. Where's Alphonsus? And our logistics, our oldest staff. Yeah. Oh, where is the head of communications? Piodu. There he is. Okay, good. Okay, good. This is the Bridge Foundation. This team runs everything from beginning to end. And they were well trained thanks to mentoring from INI. And of course, they've come of their own. I remember months ago or years ago when I used to have almost weekly meetings. Oh, we must have, oh, Zoom, oh, this and that. All of a sudden, I don't need any Zoom meetings. Maybe if I'm lucky, we'll have one every quarter because they are grounded and they're keeping the foundation running. So again, let me thank them and I appreciate them for the work they do. That's the wind beneath the sail of the foundation. But to put together all our events and all our activities, we have to also engage young people. And one of the satisfactions that I have is that we have a team, not even a team. Sometimes it's larger than we think, sometimes it's smaller, but it's just volunteers. Young people who show so much commitment year in, year out. There was one volunteer on the video, he said volunteering 13 years ago. And those volunteers are the ones that put everything you see together in this hall, from logistics, airport, everything, reaching out kids, schools, universities, everything. And those volunteers are here, and I'd like to invite them because they never get the opportunity to be on the stage. So I'd like to invite all our volunteers. These are the people that make this thing happen. These are the volunteers that, and you can see all of them, young people, a lot of them students, a lot of them youth corpers, a lot of them just supporters of the foundation. And they do this for nothing. And that's the most important thing about life and what we try to teach at the foundation. It's not about what you can get, it's about what you can give. And these kids continue to give year in, year out. So please join me in celebrating them and recognizing them. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. It's turned out a success. Well done, well done, well done. All right, a last thing we'll do is a few of these people have been recognized, just a few of them, and if you don't mind, this won't take but a minute. Would like to present a few things to a few of these people who work with us. So I'd like to quickly start with, yes, who's announcing? Duke?
Pascal Ibiang. Pascal Ibang.
Pascal.
Thank you for your dedication and outstanding service as a counselor in the Leadership and Community Development Mentoring Program. Pascal. Can Rosemary SSN, is Pascal around? All right, we'll hold it for him. Rosemary SSN, thank you for your dedication and outstanding service as a teacher in the Teacher Support Program. Is Rosemary around? Let me see your hand. Grace Obi, is Grace Obi here? Thank you for your dedication and outstanding service as a mentor. Victor Bisong. Victor Bisong, thank you for your dedication and outstanding service as a volunteer. Kingsley Undiande, is Kingsley here? Odu Eban Paul, is Odu here? Odu Eban Paul. Elizabeth Nduku, is Elizabeth here? Oh, thank you, Odu. Make some noise for Odu. Is Favor Ella here? Can we have Favor? Dorcas Ekweong. Dorcas Ekweong. Is Dorcas here? This is the big one. Dorcas Ekweong is a standing volunteer of the year 2024.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Again, I want to just say a big thank you to everyone and everyone that has made this happen. I want to again thank our speakers. This has been very exciting. But before I get off the stage, I also want to say thank you to MultiChoice, because there's something happening after here for a few minutes. And I want to thank MultiChoice for giving us that privilege and the opportunity to have our young people be part of your program. Thank you very much to MultiChoice. I also want to appreciate the Director General for his own contribution. The numbers that he was throwing out are outstanding. We are ready, and we will be ensuring that the foundation works with you to achieve it. May you remain Director General for life. I also want to express my appreciation to a few of you who have whispered to me that they're going to continue to support the foundation, especially Chioma Ude. And she's told me that there's something she's bringing here. In fact, we just moved it from Port Harcourt to Calabar. So there's quite a few things. And I really want to really say thank you, thank you, thank you. The day is far gone, and really, I can't be more excited. We give God the glory. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. All right, now we're going to do that exercise I asked earlier on, and I'm going to ask more seriously now. How many people have stories to pitch? Okay, so I see a few hands now. OTB, please, can you come? All right. So this is what's going to happen as we're done with Career Day 2024. You have stories to pitch, right? You have your synopsis, you have everything. Please, Victor, can I have you with OTB? All right, fantastic. Please meet OTB and Victor here. We're going to get your details. As your hands are up, right? Just come out, meet Victor and OTB here. Pitching is not a very public something. You understand what I'm saying? You get to the point, Abi? So we're going to move from a stage to another stage, and if you pass through the first stage, you get to the second stage. But if you have a story and you have something important, you think that it's you that the CEO was talking about, you're going to have the first story from Cross River on that platform. Please meet OTB now. That being said, thank you so much for coming out. And we have the master class tomorrow. If you registered for the master classes, the different thematic areas, and I'm pretty sure you'll be contacted, and I'll see you at the master class. I registered for a particular area, so I'll be there. On behalf of my colleague Janice and the full team, we'll see you in 2025. Thank you.